Hello.
Hey, good afternoon. Good evening. Good morning. Hey, Willie, what
Hello.
up?
Non-committal. Non-committal. Hello.
I just saw. God damn it! I look so much older now that I'm a dad. That is the worst comment I've ever seen. I look so old. It's my birthday this week. I'm such an old man. Help
There
me.
you go. Hey,
Help.
that's what's happening.
Oh God.
Happy prelated.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
I'm so old.
Mm-hmm.
See that new fucking that new, yeah, Twitter's turning into goddamn Facebook. It's like, hey, what game came out when you were 18? And you see people posting Devil May Cry 5, and you're like, I should just die and turn into dust.
I mean, yes, but also you're allowed to let it set in now.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to let it set in now.
Okay, well you can fight it.
I
You know
will. I
what?
will. I'm gonna get hair implants
Mm-hmm.
and lifts.
Get that crisis going. Full speed. Full speed.
Oh man. So what's up with you, man?
Not much. Yeah, no, there was a proper week of stuff, I suppose. Um the common denominator is gonna be, well, hold on. I haven't seen Mario yet, so
I also haven't seen Mario
all
yet.
right, gotta find some time to get that done. Haven't done that yet.
Hmm.
So that's out of the way. But congrats to that for making all the money in the world, which
Wow, who'd have thought that the character more popular and well known worldwide than Mickey Mouse would make a shit zillion dollars?
so Mickey Mouse is for the I like 10th time supposed to lapse into the public domain in a couple years,
It's oh no, it's much sooner than that. It's within like 8 months.
but they fought it back so consistently over the years that they managed to stop the law from applying to Disney. Disney has been one of the single-handed like people groups that have forced the 100-year public domain law to push back its restrictions, and they've
Yeah,
kept themselves in the gray for a while. How are
it's
they
gonna
not going to just keep
be
pushing it?
it's gonna be very strange because they fought it back our whole lives. Like
Literally.
I remember being a child and them fighting back on it. So it used to be like 50 years. The numbers are wrong, whatever I'm about to say, but it used to be 50 years, and they used to be like 80, and then it had to be like 80 after like the death of the author or some shit. Um, but usually when they would like get the copyright shit pushed back, they would get it pushed back like 5 years ahead of time. They'd be like, "Oh, it's coming up in a couple years. Let's better push it back, right?" Now we're like literally 1 year away from the copyright on Mickey Mouse falling
So,
off, and Winnie the Pooh already went.
mm-hmm. Winnie the Pooh went, and there's nothing they could do about that, and that's why we got the horror movie. When you do a quick Wikipedia, it says Mickey Mouse was invented in 1928, but
Hmm.
that can't be right because obviously we're not in 2028 now.
Well, yeah,
S-
no, but there's a death of the author functionality as part of this now.
So what year are they using?
I think it's like counting since like fucking Disney died or
Okay.
some shit.
But I
But
just I don't see how, if they've been fighting it our entire lives, I don't see how they're gonna stop fighting it and how they're gonna stop being successful unless
so
people just kind of go like, okay, it's enough, we're fed up with this. But I feel
it's
like enough
prob
money is changing hands that they're allowed to just keep fucking buying their way into prolonging it.
it's probably too late now to get it started on Mickey because the length of time that like court shit takes. But the way that I'm like interpreting it as a non-lawyer and just general jackass is that there's only so far you can push it before like before bribing the judge becomes too obvious, right?
What you would think, right? You would think, but I'm reminded of how over a decade ago I first heard about this story, and how they just kind of they just made it go away forever, you know? I don't
Mm.
know, man. I feel like they might just, drop the ultimate amount to make themselves immune entirely, or create some sort of loophole that only applies to them permanently, as
Maybe.
opposed to just a temporary, like, okay, you get a few more years on the clock, but at the same time, if there's a judge that's getting paid to be corrupt in that way, they're going to want to make sure those checks keep coming in.
So it's interesting to say, because like Mickey Mouse, well, it's only Steamboat Willie Mickey Mouse,
Steamboat
right?
Willie, yes,
Only that
yes,
version.
yes.
And for some reason trademarks last forever, but copyright doesn't. So you may not be able to say, "Hey, it's Mickey Mouse," but you can depict him and use his voice and shit. Um, but what's gonna get really, really, really zany? I was looking this up the other day, because of the rolling, like, copyright lockouts. There's a lot of stuff that's really, really close to fucking like coming up, like Batman and Superman and Spider-Man and like every like old golden age comic book character. They're
Culture.
all up for public domain in like 2031 to 2035.
A lot of that culture is from just about exactly 100 years ago. That is coming back
Like I think
around.
is Captain America and Batman specifically are both like 2034. And I'm just like, why? Is that why
Wild.
Marvel's going forward super hard with all the B tier shit ass characters no one gives a fuck about?
I mean, no, the obvious reason for that is because you get to create a bigger following where people had none. The Guardians of the Galaxy are the biggest success story of no one cares to everyone cares. So keep making that money.
Yeah, I feel like you can just put that on James Gunn's shoulders, because he did the same thing with Peacemaker, who's like a Z tier loser.
Yeah, that's the back in the day, I should say, like the comic book runs. I remember a lot of the time there'd be like, oh, a writer has a really fun idea for this one obscure ass character from the Silver Age, and then it'd be like, let's see if we could bring that back and do something interesting with it. Doing that on a cinematic level now pays dividends for decades, so it's just a good gamble. And not to mention, of course, like if Alan Moore says, "Hey, I have an idea for Swamp Thing,"
Yeah.
you're gonna fucking give it to him.
Is it the Swamp Thing is a disciple of a snake god, Alan?
No, but he kind of is a rival to a snake god.
Oh,
Good
wow.
enough.
Who could have thought? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. No, and I know that in Canada we have different copyright dates as well, because James Bond was made
James Bond. Yeah. So,
legally free over here.
yeah, you could make and sell James Bond novels as long as you took reasonable steps to make sure they were only sold in Canada, that was like 2 years ago, which was an absurd concept even then. You can't
Lock
can't
it down
stop
to
it.
Canada only.
You can't do that. Get out of town.
Yeah. Anyway, all this to say, I guess that was, what was that off of? Oh yeah, that was off of the Mario discussion. This week, common denominator, Mega Man Battle Network.
Mega Man Battle Network. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
We both had very interesting experiences with Mega Man Battle Network.
Quite a few. In fact, well, I mean, hey, look at that. A couple other people played it online as well. Like
What?
That is we got a sponsored stream, and that was a collection of like all the games 1 to 6 plus all the duplicate
games.
versions. Yeah.
Before we continue, I should mention, I like to make the distinction, because there's sponsored streams and then there's sponsored streams. These were those types of streams where they hand you a big bag of money, as well as a bunch of talking points. So keep that in mind as we talk about Mega Man Battle Network.
Yeah. I decided when upon the first time the word jacked in occurred, I made a decision and I decided I'm going to play it straight.
It hits. It
I'm going to
hits
play it straight.
constantly.
And that's what I did. And it kept coming up and I just put the sandbag shield up and we just went right through it. How'd that go for
That
you?
so bad, really bad. Like the very first thing Mega Man said to me when I booted the game was, "Are you all ready to jack in super hard or some
Mm-hmm.
weird
Mm-hmm.
shit?" And I
Yeah.
lost it. First impression. First of all, hey, the fucking huge thumbs up for letting you turn off that filter.
Oh yeah, of course.
Whoa,
Yeah, yeah. You got the
massive,
sprite filter on
massive
or off.
good deal.
You got the pet voice on or off to navigate your main menu if you want to as well. Um, also
Uh,
the insanity that is like, hey, online play is now a thing. You can do it
mhm.
anytime. Before you had to get your Game Boy and plug it into your rivals and sit there and do the classic matchups. But
Yeah, it's
now,
interesting because it's pretending that you're meeting, like you go to the same option you would to like play somebody next to you, but it just kicks you into the online system.
it's just like fight anyone at any point during their adventure with whatever deck they have.
Yeah,
And
apparently that's how it worked. You just
Jesus
use whatever's on your
Christ.
file.
So I mean, you have to, and so this is where we get into like, like the conversations about like balance and all that stuff because, you make a decision early on where you go, there's two things we can do here. We can try to make a game that is like viable in some way for a competitive thing, or you make a game where you take your fun little online deck and you go challenge other people and see what they did. And
Well,
who the
I
fuck
I
cares
watched
what the balance is?
I watched the match you played of Battle Network 6 in which you chose your cards and then you were killed before getting control of your character.
Good. Dead.
I have never seen that. I've seen like you've seen the equivalent of that, like you play an old man in pool,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
like
yeah.
certain like Magic or like Yu-Gi-Oh decks if they they get going at the start. I've never seen that in a video game where you correct me if I'm wrong. You did not get to
I did
control your
not
character.
get control of my character. The match started. The first card that the opponent played, well, before the match, he went into some Devil Trigger Beast form, and then immediately did a super that killed me, and there was never control of my character whatsoever.
So if you
Yeah,
want to play this shit PvP, it is as broken as you can make it. Just go for it as hard as you can, and it's kind of hilarious.
so I always when I the comparison point that comes to mind, despite what some may say, is obviously Pokemon, because Pokemon is a game where you raise your little monsters, you customize them.
What are you talking about?
How
I can't I can't see any similarity.
you know what? My bad. You're right. Anyway,
Which version of
so did
Mega
you
Man
play
Network did
red
you play?
or
I played
blue?
blue. Do you play white? Did you play Battle Network 3 white? I played
I
Battle
played
Network
white.
3 blue.
I did play white. But between red and blue, yeah, I kind of skipped over that one. So yeah, I don't know who did you play. Beast, Beast, Farror.
I don't know. I played Mega Man Battle Network 3
Okay, I played.
exclusively for
Yeah.
my stream.
So no, the whole bit with like Pokemon, I remember you would like you customize your monsters and you have your own RPG character, and then you can go and fight other people where regardless of whatever strength or level they're at. If you because playing against your buddy in front of you is like a novelty in and of itself, or was at the time, right? And when got further along, there would be things like I remember in Pokemon Stadium, that was the first time I saw they go, okay, every Pokemon is standardized at level 50, right? Here's a couple
Yeah,
moves, and here's an
there
attempt to
were
make a balanced fight.
I remember what like I was in elementary school, was it? No, it was early high school, and kids were like playing Pokemon, and like there were a couple kids that were like, I'm gonna make a team. Oh, these are my favorite Pokemon. And then there'd be like one kid that like I fed my Charizard 80 rare candies.
Yeah.
And then they would just sweep the board. They just fucking sweep them because even 4 times super effective would it doesn't
Of
matter. This thing has a
course.
billion HP.
Of course. It's been game and then again, IVs and EVs and you just game the whole thing to bullshit. Yeah, there's an acknowledgement there where even if you do have those modes where you can everyone gets a level same level Pokemon or whatever, the whole point of what are you trying to sell to the player? Is it the ability to take their custom experience online? Then you cannot balance things, right? And
No.
this is also where Souls games go with their multiplayer. It's like,
Yeah, in many cases, they only edge off the most completely absurd use cases.
yeah, soul memory is one way of creating large folders that you fit into of power. But for the most part, you kind of go, if I'm adding PvP to my game, is it so that people can have fun with their wild shit or so that they can have an actual fair match in some ways? And then on
Eggman
top
Battle
of that,
Network has chosen option one.
option one, and it's also poker because even if you're playing with option A or B, there's still an aspect of, well, I got a royal flush, so before we even start, I win, period, no matter what you bluff or don't bluff, you know?
Doesn't matter. I won. I got the I win hand built in.
It was quite hilarious.
The PvP in Battle Network is hilarious. That's how I would describe it. Is hilarious.
Also, you lost, so I'm taking a card.
Yeah.
You fucking
That's
you
why
pay
there's
the
practice
cost.
matches.
Of course, but nobody was in that, so I had to play for real.
So I loaded up Battle Network 3, and overall, they're fairly charming little RPGs with the card system. I think it's one of the first of those to make the card like real-time battle system kind of thing. Like it might predate Chain of Memories.
I don't know how that plays, but yeah, well, cards, but the actual gameplay is real time.
Let me see.
Definitely
Mega Man
one
Battle
of the earlier
Network
ones.
1 is when fucking people in the chat are saying it predates Chain of Memories. Okay, so it'd be the first one then. Cool. As a result, I was playing the third one, granted. It's the first time I've ever understood that battle system. The real time rotate through cards battle system.
Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, you can always move and shoot, but your extra shit is all up to the cards you pick. Yeah.
Like I understood it intuitively faster than I did like Slay the Spire, even though that's not real time.
Yeah,
Like
interesting.
the idea of like, oh, this keeps coming up. Maybe I'll like when you start in Battle Network 3, you have a lot of sword moves, but you don't have a lot of ways to actually get close. So I would swap them out for any cannon moves that I got a hold of because like, oh, I'd like to see cannon more often. And it was intuitive. Like I got it.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't fast. Like One Step from Eden is a blitz. Like it is that is for people that have cracked out on the Battle Network formula and need Marvel.
Exactly, 100%. That is Battle Network fans that want the ultimate like next level of that, and then in a PvP context with Duelists from Eden as well. And also that have been starved for Battle Network content for years, you know. But this original thing, is just action game, and then here's a couple actions on top of it. You've never touched it prior then?
No, never. I had never seen it.
Whoa, interesting.
Never seen it.
Okay. I had touched it a little bit, but like, yeah, never really went much farther into the game than, you know,
and
the intro or so.
I put a couple hours in. Really charming, cute little like small scale RPGs. Like you have your town and then you have the network, and then the network is like, you know, fairly basic looking, but it can go anywhere, right? There's one thing that really, really dramatically stood out to me, and it ranged from hilarious to baffling, which is I had heard these games did not have the best translation. I can confirm that these games do not have the best translation,
Okay.
particularly for somebody who was like reading out dialogue.
Okay.
The game's abject refusal to correctly punctuate sentences, like, you know, after a comma you put a space. Refusal. It refuses. So like I'm reading it and I'm like all the dialogue coming out of my mouth is sounding off and weird because the
Yeah.
punctuation is messing me up.
Yeah, we caught like 3 or so spelling mistakes, I think, but I didn't see any like major punctuation things, but there's definitely some misspellings loosely throughout the 2-3 games we looked at.
So it's really strange because there's this awkward like mid 2000 like not very well translated dialogue with like super HD text, like
Mm,
updated HD text, and it's just baffling. It feels like a fan translation.
mm. Have you ever seen the anime?
No.
Okay. Because that was on TV for a while, specifically like Teletoon up here, I want to say, or maybe it was YTV, one of the two. But it was that aired at this like while the while the game was out, so it kind of like amplified its popularity. I want
Yeah.
to say, um, and you know, and so I'm like, you're talking about reading these lines out, and I'm like, I don't know what these characters actually are supposed to sound like according to their voices in the dub, but
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this little girl with the receding hairline is supposed to sound like ah.
Unfortunate.
I'm
Unfortunate.
I can't see any other way of her talking than
Oh, you mean like Captain N Mega Man?
Captain and Mega Man cross finger puppet.
Oh.
It's gotta be the 8 head. Yes, exactly. Yeah, but you know, I definitely also was like, one thing I do appreciate about Battle Network, one, the cool naming convention in Japan, which is Rockman.exe. So sick.
Yeah.
I wish they kept that for America, but whatever. For the kids. But also, like, I
Yet
like.
another thing of us going, I wish Mega Man wasn't named Mega Man.
Mm. But I always liked how the designs were updated versions of the old Robot Masters
Mhm.
into a like kind of like, you know, more closer to like Mega Man Zero kind of aesthetic.
Yeah.
And then it would also slightly cross into the X world as well, you know.
Mhm.
So it was kind of like redesigns of all of the things into this one new kind of way. It was a lot of the designs are sleek and fun. I like looking at like an updated Guts Man, you know, updated Proto Man and stuff like that, and seeing where that got by the end was like, oh yeah, this is what peak mid aughts kid action figure designs were about. Like just a spike beast with just spikes
Yeah.
everywhere on it. Like that's a toy. That's a sticker on the back of your fucking Trapper Keeper. That is everything a kid from 2007 wants. And I knew at the time as well, where I was like, yeah, um, Mega Man has always proclaimed to aim for kids as like its target age group, but the difficulty of those games has never been for kids. So you've been
Never.
fucking lying forever. But
The
now
Mega Man Battle
it
Network,
actually
the
is.
director was on Twitter earlier today. He's playing through the first game for the first time in
Mm-hmm.
like 10, 15 years. And he's
Mm-hmm.
like, whoa, what the fuck? Who balanced this?
Oh,
Oh, it was me, huh?
yeah, yeah. I'm switching off after fireman.exe. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, but at least you can see the demographic it target on those games more than you could back in Mega Man 2 or 3, where it was just suffer,
Mega
die,
Man
suffer.
2, Mega Man 1 feels like a trap because it's like, haha, look, it's a little robot man. Here you go, kids. And it's like Mega Man 1 is brutally, brutally fucking punishing.
They're so lucky the music is so good that you can sit
Yeah,
there
hey,
for
guess
hours
what
and
about
listen
Mega
to it.
Man Battle Network? The music is so good.
Great. It's great. Um,
So good.
but just you want to fight this dragon, you better learn how to jump on these fucking blocks and memorize the pattern, idiot. What, you're too young to memorize the block pattern?
I'm four
Fuck
years
off.
old.
Shut up then. Oops, time
I'm
to go
4
back
years
to the
old.
start.
I can barely read.
Did you write down the password? Start
What?
over.
No. I'm still working on my letters. I'm 4 years old.
Yeah, it just, and so I remember the anniversary commercial. Mega Man, pew pew pew, and I was like, you children you never could have dreamed of completing a
Never.
single one of those games. How dare you? Yeah, it was a fun time. It was cool. I also appreciated that, at least so with 6, with each one of the games you could go into the online, and there was like a download extra cards for bonus stuff, whatever,
Yeah, I
like.
was download because they had event cards
Mm-hmm.
like Pokemon. Um, and there were 499, which I cannot explain to you how annoying I personally found reading
Mm-hmm.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Really, there were 499 fucking event cards. Are you kidding me? Are you
But
for fucking real?
they just let you jump on a little HUD and like download whichever ones you wanted to create. So that was cool for like, hey, I just want
Just
to go online with more variety right off the bat.
could
That
you
was fun.
imagine? Hey, here's a re-release of Pokemon Emerald. Here, go to this kiosk and download any event Pokemon you fucking want. Yeah, right here. Want Darkrai? Fuck it. Here you go.
As someone who wanted to taste a little bit of like what customization would be like, right off the bat, I appreciated that. That was nice. And then you can also go like, oh, no event cards, if on multiplayer if you want. Um, although
That's
then
probably how that person got so strong right after the game came out. They're probably using event cards.
yeah, they stole some of mine too. That's what it is. Um, but the other thing too is each of the games features ultra fucking one hit KO Mega Buster mode, which is just
Yeah.
like, do you just want to delete fights from the game entirely and like
Yeah.
blast through the story to unlock everything as quickly as possible because you're focused on the multiplayer or
Yeah.
getting your save back to whatever it was or yada yada? Then just turn on that mode and it's like,
I
tell me a
appreciated
story
it
mode.
because like in the little the talking points, they're like, hey, make sure to turn on Buster mode, show people how Buster mode works. And I'm like, Max Buster mode, that's what's called. Like, okay. So I turned it on and then I fought one fight and turned it right the fuck back off because that is a, hey man, I'm having some trouble and I'm an adult. I don't have time to grind this shit out anymore. Can I just shoot my way through? Yeah, okay.
There's 10 games in the collection. If I'm like, I
there's
played these
many.
all back in the day and I just want to get to one thing, that's fine. You should be allowed to be like, yeah, let me just get to the one thing I really fucking love. Let me just blast right through to it. I get it. It's a skip button, you know? It's you're selling to people that, have some nostalgic love in their hearts for this franchise. So, absolutely, it makes perfect sense to me.
And the games are
Um
definitely charming enough and seems like good enough that even if you were not particularly like if you didn't know about them like me, and if I had the time, yeah, I'd dive back
mhm.
into it.
And it's I did get to see like some of how complex that builds up over the course of the series because you're seeing some boss fights in like the 3 and beyond where the dodging patterns starts becoming like a bullet hell
Real.
ish, like it's like there is a perfect line of safety and everything else is death, and you've got to just beyond that one in a way that is actually very reminiscent of Everhood, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like it's like, okay, yeah, they really made the later games do some bullshit dodging and whatnot. So that's yeah, anyone who's like, yeah, fuck this, let me just move on, or whatever, get to the multiplayer focus. I get it. So, but yeah, pretty cool collection. Seems like everything that a Battle Network fan would want, except for Network Transmission, the GameCube platformer side scroller.
Well,
That
that's a completely different. I mean, that's a GameCube game. That is not a
it,
GBA game like all the others.
it was, but it was forgotten.
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
Maybe that's up next. Who knows?
Probably not. But in any case, yeah, Battle Network collection 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all versions, yada yada.
It's 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6. I think.
Right.
I think.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Hashtag sponsored. Hashtag ad.
Hashtag sponsored. Hashtag ad. Hashtag FTC admission of sponsored content.
Rules.
Capcom has sponsored a stream of mine in the past. So has Square Enix.
Hashtag go to nexus.gg/woollyversus to buy a copy, and I'll get a kickback on that.
I don't. Yeah. Whatever.
No. So there was that, and then for me at least,
tell me about Tetramaster.
Yeah. So fucking.
I want to talk to you about Tetramaster.
It's kind of amazing, right? So Final Fantasy IX, I've learned, of course, Triple Triad, love that game, beautiful. I don't think they've ever done a better thing at that company than Triple Triad, but, you know, I hear good things about 14, and maybe 16 is going to be cool, but as far as I'm concerned, Triple Triad power gap the Final Fantasy series.
The worst thing about Triple Triad is that you have to play Final Fantasy VIII to play it.
I mean, just bars, right? So, so now, Tetramaster, which comes right on the heels of Triple Triad, and I'm like, what is this game?
Because they're like, yeah, man.
Yeah, you pick up some cards, and you see a card that has arrows on it, so you're already like, ooh, okay, diagonal attacks. I kind of think I understand what's going on here. And so your introduction to it so far was like, the first thing besides the little VV intro section, your first rule board is like, hey, we don't really know the rules, but I think the first number is an attack, and I don't know what the second ones are, but anyway, I don't know. And the game is like doing a thing where in-game the rules are a mystery.
Yeah,
like,
isn't that
that's
cool?
an odd choice, but okay. And you go in, and I'm like, all right, so fine. I've done this level of, like, it's a bigger board. You got to put cards down in a way that, again, you compare it to Triple Triad, but you can attack diagonals, and you build it. Yeah, sure, fine.
Okay,
What's
sure. It's a bigger board. That's the main thing I can understand right now.
And then stuff starts flipping. And then there's blocks that are like blocking certain positions on the board and yada yada.
Right.
And you're like, okay, I attack that should flip, sure. But then as soon as an attack occurs, invisible numbers show up.
Yeah.
And you're like, where'd those numbers come from? And what do they mean? And what was that?
I'm watching it right now, and a number comes up between two things. It's like 21 versus 4, and like, where did the 21 come from? Where did the 4 what? They're listed as 0 on all marks,
and so there's a secret HP that the card has.
And it's secret.
And you're like, oh, okay, so there's a little bit of memorization involved. Fine, I'll have to memorize what my card's HP is to when I put it into play, and then you play it again, and then it changes.
Oh yeah. Change it,
and then the amount that it does against the thing that it's facing off with changes.
Yeah.
And you're like, wait, what are these numbers? And then someone explains,
like, I don't know,
that actually what you're looking at are just dice rolls on every battle from 0 to 16 for certain tiers of cards, I suppose. And that you have no control whatsoever over whether or not your play would be successful, even though the strategy of the play was most of your input. Like, you make the right call in putting this good card with this attack and this coverage on this position, and then the game goes, yeah, that's cool, but you both rolled bad dice, so fuck off. Too bad, you lose. And then there's a fucking flip system for when it's going to cause something else it's facing to cause a chain reaction, which you strategically start going, I'm going to save up my good card to cause a flip over there, and you play it, and then but you lost the dice rolls, so... And it's like, you fucking took Triple Triad and said, okay, but no, we can't make it the same though. While 8 was being released or in development at the very least, because it had to be overlapping to some degree, and you just added bullshit to it to try and make it slightly different.
I've beaten FF9 like 3 times. I have never been able to understand how to win a game of fucking Tetramaster.
I can't I can only imagine that they went, let's start grabbing arbitrary other rules to try and make it different, right? And I think the battle where you put down yours and I put down mine and then we roll is something like out of Risk, where dice might determine what's going on, and you're kind of wondering, oh, okay, did they try to go for Risk-based level of like tactical placement? But it's like, no, but Risk also has a giant thing, and there's so much more to the game that having that little aspect to it, it makes sense, because you're like, okay, if you have more soldiers, you can roll more times, whatever. But I'm like, are we supposed to just be crouching down in the back alley, putting down Tetramaster cards, and then blowing and rolling, and then Ashy Larry shows up and we shoot him below the belt because that's attempted? That's not, he avoids an attempted murder charge? What are we doing? Like, why would you take a perfect game like Triple Triad and then add shit to it, and then try just to distinguish?
So Triple Triad's actually massively expanded in FF14, and everybody knows what the worst rule is in Triple Triad. The worst rule you can ever get in Triple Triad is either random or chaos, aka the rule sets that remove your ability
control whatsoever
to control what you're actually doing, right? Tetramaster looked at fucking Triple Triad, a game that is like solvable because the rules are really simple in FF8, right? And they went, what if we just fucking threw all sorts of bullshit in it, and you never know what's gonna happen?
I'm so fucking disappointed, because not only do I love Triple Triad, but like a good parallel game to be played in alongside your adventures is so much fun. Pazaak is the shit. It's kind of bullshit, but I learned to love and have fun with Pazaak. Right? Mm-hmm. I'm super down. I'm sure I'd be way into Gwent in the context of alongside the regular adventures of Witcher.
Gwent doesn't have like in-game rewards, but it has its alternate storyline. Like there is a Gwent storyline. There are Gwent tournaments that are quests that your success in the quest is like, well, did you fucking win the Gwent tournament or not?
Interesting. Okay. Okay, Blitzball's kind of whack. I'm not going to pretend it's not. Like,
I'll disagree with that, but that's a conversation for later on in this same conversation. Blitzball actually secretly rules.
But if there was not the immediate predecessor to Tetramaster to compare it to make it look so awful, it might have stood a chance. But dear God, do I just not want to play it at all?
So I
want to play more to understand how wild and dumb it is, though. I want to lab it to know how stupid they made it.
Wooly, there's parts of Tetramaster that you don't even fully realize are truly awful. Step 1. You remember in Final Fantasy VIII, you could turn cards into items, and you would lose the card, but you would get the item?
Okay.
So that could break the game, because if you got certain really good cards, you could turn them into like 99 hero potions. There's one card at the end of the game you can turn it into 99 hero potions, which is like a minute of invincibility for your character. And you just fucking roll the rest of the game once you. And so, like, hey, look, playing Triple Triad made me stronger in the game. Cool. That's a nice little bonus. Do you know what the reward for Tetramaster is?
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing. It's nothing. There's no reward.
You get nothing for playing.
No, nothing. You get to keep playing Tetramaster. Nothing.
Okay.
There's no way to get your success in Tetramaster out into the game. Um, and remember, Wooly? Do you remember when you were playing Final Fantasy VIII? You know, ages past, right? And you were like really enjoying Triple Triad, and you were like, you hit a point of the game where you're like, well, they're forcing me to play Triple Triad to get through this part of the story, but you know, at least Triple Triad is good. Do you remember that?
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
It's a
You
really
don't,
fun
because that
game.
didn't happen. I've tricked you. There's no
It
point in Final Fantasy VIII in which you are mandatorily forced to play Triple Triad.
it's going to be it's gonna be the game that goes on to exist outside of fucking uh 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 8 in the app form, in 14 and all that shit. You're telling me though that 9 forces you to play it at some point?
Mandatory.
That's okay. Well, one, I remember shit all, so there's that. But second, is this going to be something that gives you a reward in 9 then? Because if you're saying it gives you no reward.
No, you don't get a reward. And you don't have to win
Okay.
either, but they force you to play it. So it's this weird, it feels like somewhere point in the game, they're like, playtesters aren't playing enough Tetramaster. So let's make them. Oh, the tournament
Well,
does give a reward? Oh, I would not know. I've never won that tournament ever.
oh, okay. I'm so confused, but all right.
Well, like, all I'm going to tell you is that if you start playing New Vegas, and just stay away from Caravan. That's all I'm going to say. Just stay away from Caravan.
They force
Don't
you to
do
play
it.
Blitz. They force you to play Blitzball at a point.
Yeah. You know, you can actually win that first Blitzball game. The first one with the shittiest team ever with the Poseidorox. You can totally win it.
Okay. Dude, again, shit memory, but like, you have to play the tournament at the very minimum, right? Like, you have to play through.
In the very first games you play in 10 are the tournament.
Okay. Anyway, yeah. So Tetramaster easily could have avoided this by simply just being
Literally
Triple Triad at home with some sense of control over what you're doing.
Literally all they needed to do was, like, you know what's one thing about Tetramaster I do like? The 4-on-4 grid instead of the 3-on-3 grid. Because it makes sense. I'm like, okay, we're playing with more cards. Sure. Okay.
Like even at the base level of just, we took to Triple Triad, we added the full 8-way attack and and then bullshit to the board and da 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 da, but the same premise plus let's say like a single digit strength for all attack sides or something. You know, what the game appears to be at a glance, it would have been like, yeah, this is inferior, but sure. I'm not upset at it, right? It's you play, you kind of, anyway, whatever. It's just that little extra level of it that is just, there's hidden numbers you have no control over, which when is that ever a good idea? I fucking hate
man.
that.
When it came time to add card games and board games to Final Fantasy XIV as extra content, Triple Triad was right there. Here we go, Triple Triad and FF14. And it said, hey guys, we're going to add another card/board game to FF14. That's right, Mahjong. the words Tetramaster graced no one's mind.
All right.
Ever.
Okay, so hey, devs, future advice. Oh, future advice. Yes, advice back in time. To the late 90s, mid aughts. If you are struggling to create a fun mini game, and you don't know what the fuck you're doing, just put fishing. Just make it fishing. Fishing mini games, simple, easy. Press the button, reel it in. It doesn't even have to be active. It can be as passive as fuck. Look at Persona. Look at
You want to
Yakuza.
hear you want to hear the crazy one? Apparently Tetramaster was the one that got the play online version, but not Triple Triad.
Wait, what? No, there's a Triple Triad app phone thing on the Square whatever.
Yeah, but not back in 2002 it wasn't.
Oh, way back then you mean. Okay. Okay. Well,
It had
anyway.
a service cost? What the fuck? It was discontinued in 2010.
Yeah. That's a wild downgrade from what came before.
Oh, it was FF11 players could play Tetramaster if you paid an extra $1 a month, but you couldn't play it against other people in FF11. It just gave you the ability to play it in its own app. Good piece of shit.
So yeah, what I have is the Final Fantasy Portal app. And
yeah, no, that was many years later. That was like 2015 or something, 2016.
Okay, and within that is where you can play it. Okay.
It might be like the strongest mini game downgrade of anything I've ever seen in ever. Triple Triad is universally beloved, and Tetramaster is like, get out of my face. Like, hello, human resources. Please.
Mini game downgrade.
Like,
I feel like there's some on the tip. I'm like,
oh, totally. But
sequels where they fucked up the thing that was really fun for a really dumb reason in a mini game context.
Oh, I'm seeing some folks say that Blitzball from 10 to 10-2 also meant the same fate.
Oh, I've never seen Blitzball in 10-2.
I did not know
10-2
had Blitzball.
Really? Interesting. Yeah, see yeah, I was wondering, like, didn't Sonic have anything?
Chow Garden.
The Chow Garden, possibly. The Mortal Kombat stuff. There's definitely yeah. Okay.
You know what's funny though? It's always the same thing. It's always like we wanted to make it more in depth, but all you did was make it more complicated.
Mario Party got weird. I played the first a few times and then like was out for a long time and came back in with one of the later ones and I was like, "What? Like there's just too much happening that was just too random." And I know the whole point is the random, but like it kind of was like I couldn't get invested at any point.
Mario Party has no basis in reality.
Like at the beginning ones that were still bullshit and they still had bullshit stars, but I'd play bumper balls and have some fun, and then you'd like peel the skin off your fucking hand doing
just right off the middle of your
N64 controller.
Palm.
But then you start seeing like just the later games with the amount of bullshit going on the track and the amount of rewards, and then like it was too much. It was just like. I was like, I don't know, man. Play yourself, game. It didn't feel fun, you know. It got way too in its own ass about the random reward system.
The times that I did play Mario Party, I came to the end of games feeling like I might as well have just rolled one dice at the very start of the game.
Exactly.
And it just told me if I won or not.
Exactly. Yeah. It was just too much, man. Anyway,
like the illusion of control is not even there.
There were like, because I remember when like Bowser Revolution was like the wildest thing, you know, and then you one up that over the course of like 5, 6, 7, 8 entries, and I mean to some degree that happened with Mario Kart as well.
Mm-hmm.
But people seem to still really enjoy Mario Kart
Mario Kart's fun.
With the new tracks and the bikes and the yada yada and stuff, and some items are probably just complete nonsense bullshit, but whatever. Party just felt like it became unplayable to me. I'm like, I don't know, I don't want to do this anymore. And the mini games not being as fun as well is another thing too, right? The mini games need to be the stars of the board game so that you're
Mhm.
looking forward to them, not the board game being full of all these fucking upside down twist turns, whatever, and then the mini games when you finally do get to them, they suck, you know?
I
So
will say one thing because we started this off on Tetramaster. Hey, at the very least, Tetramaster sucking a piece of shit doesn't hurt as bad because it means, oh, I'll just get back to playing FF9. Sick.
yeah.
Like in
Um
in in when I was playing FF8, I ran into the issue, like I'm sure you remember this, with the draw system, and you're like, oh, I can only get weaker when I fight. Enemies are leveling with me, and I can lose resources, so I should just not fight anything. Oh, but I'll play triple triad. Woo,
I'm
woo.
not I can't go down this draw junction road any again.
Right?
I'm
No,
not
but that's it, right? But in Final Fantasy 9, Tetramaster's trash. What do? Oh, I'll just do some random battles, and then Steiner and Vivi will learn 2 or 3 new skills on their equipment. Nice.
um yeah, I the game outside of Tetramasters, it's going all right, and I increased my steal rate to be a guaranteed 100%, and that has made battles much more fun.
I did not know you could do that.
It's an option up top on the Moguri mod,
Ah,
and yeah, why the fuck not? You
hey,
know, the official re-release comes with cheats anyway, right? It actually has like battle
oh, does
off
it?
mode or fast forward or skip battles, whatever you want. So yeah, just put that on. Great, spend a turn or two stealing, and then we don't have to play this dumb game of percentages.
I'm of the
Um,
opinion that a steal command in a game that is just about getting an item and isn't about depowering an enemy should be 100% every time, and the game should be balanced around that.
and then there's always the spend a turn to see what's in the inventory to begin with.
Yeah.
Lots of fun doing that as well. Yeah, no, it's one of those bits where I'm like, I'm okay, I'm turning this on, and unanimously everyone's like, good, correct.
I
Um,
think I think the only like steal I'm like, yeah, okay, it's percentage is something like tactics where you're stealing the item off their person. Where like
oh,
when
okay,
you steal like when you steal a weapon off a character in tactics, they don't have it. You pulled it out of their inventory. So they suck shit now. So you also like really hurt them. Like, okay, I can understand why that would not be 100%. But everything
hmm.
else, now fuck it, steal it. Steal it now.
Yeah, so that's simplifies that problem entirely. Um, and yeah, you know, not much to say until we get a little bit further, but game simple, game good. Seems I keep getting blown away by how beautiful like this mod is though. Like my god, the backgrounds and the up like it just looks so great. And I hope that the Elgato capture is doing it justice cuz like on screen it's fucking glorious. It's
See,
so
what's
nice.
wild is that it's like it's just kind of recreating on your HD television what your eyes would have done for you back in the day on your CRT television.
There's a great Twitter account that does that. They show you like if you played Metal Gear Solid 1 on a modern's monitor for the first time and you didn't play it back on a CRT, you missed out on what these portraits looked like, you know,
Hmm.
what through back in the day or even well before that, the MSX portraits as well on Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake and stuff. Like there's a lot of uh uh the blurriness and the little vaselining that going on back in the day that like the artist would compensate for so that when it came and when it hit your eyes off of the CRT it looked better than if you perfectly emulate it.
Yeah, the I follow that Twitter account. It's called CRT Pixels.
There you go.
Um, and the best one they ever put out was like the portrait of Dracula from Symphony of the Night. His red eye is in actuality a single red pixel. However, somehow the CRT smear causes it to be like this very detailed red eye. And it's like,
Amazing.
how? That don't make no
Yeah.
fucking sense.
Yeah, like right off the bat, the pinned tweet, I just went to it. The pinned tweet is some screenshots of like Contra, um, like, and then it's showing off Link to the Past and Street Fighter 2 with the Ryu intro in Super, and like they just look so much better with the scan lines on, and like it's smoothing over some of those edges and stuff. Like pixel art's
I'm
beautiful
now
too in its crisp
retweeting
form, but
the goddamn Dracula thing I'm talking about. So if you're listening to this anywhere near the air time of this podcast, you can go to my Twitter and see it. I'm sending it to you, Wooly. It's astonishing,
yeah, yeah,
like
CRT
what
Pixels,
CRT
great
and
account.
scan lines could do with somebody who knew what they were doing.
Amazing. Um. Anyway, FF9 continues, and yeah, a couple other things going on as well. So, this week we celebrated the Indie Fighting Game Festival.
Mm-hmm.
So that was on Saturday, the whole weekend actually, and over on Steam there was a page for it. Didn't push it as that aggressively. There's some times where it wasn't on the front page and whatever. But if you go over to Steam, I think up until today, I believe is the last day. Like every indie fighting game, like up there is like huge sales, like 60% off in some cases, like wild discounts. Tons of indies that are like really cheap as well. So best time to get in on any of these fighting games that I've been playing over the years on get into fighting games and stuff. We decided to do a little variety stream and just jumped on because I do a bunch of indies every now and then, and in this case I just did a gauntlet of like five or six that I hadn't played up until now. There's some fun stuff. So we played a game called Dare, Dair, which is down air attack in Smash lingo
Fuck
parlance.
off.
Yeah. And all that game is you have a platform, you have a character that can jump, and you have one attack. It's your down air.
Shut up.
You can dodge as well and grab a ledge, but really, just how's your fundamentals? How's your movement? Double jump, down air attack, slide, down air attack, like whatever you can. And it was pretty fun, but it was extra hilarious because no matter how much Reggie tries to bury the inner fucking melee kid inside of him, it's gonna come out. It's gonna come out, right? And he uses his tag used to be Chet for Chester, and just if you watch him suppress it, you watch him push it, just try to not acknowledge, and then you do a little bit of edge guarding, and you have one of these little like oh shit sequences. I spike you down, and all of a sudden he's back. Like oh, and then it just comes out.
Oh
it's
no,
like,
you
yeah,
don't. No.
yeah. The first flame was reignited. The melee is forever, man. No matter what, no matter how many years go by, you just the whiff of a space animal, and you're back to that fucking competitive era.
Jesus, wasn't expecting that.
Indeed, don't give him that whiff, man. So there was Dare, which is also, we found out, the sequel to Nair, which is neutral aerial, of course.
Are those separate games?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Dair and
Oh my god, they
Nair.
totally are.
Yeah, there you go. I didn't know I was jumping into a legacy. We played, what did we play? We played something called Rainbow Core Hypernova, which looks exactly like it sounds. It's just a wild rainbow and colored fighting game, which black background and like aggressive, bright designs on things, and an a cappella soundtrack. Like, like Doug. Remember the music in Doug?
Yes, I do. I highly
like
remember.
That. You pick a skateboarding character, and then like some little like skateboarding a cappella rap starts happening. Like, yeah, oh, I got my skateboard. I'm gonna kickflip on you, man. Yeah, what? And it was pretty funny. It was pretty all right. And you got like all the characters are just named after a color. Red is a protagonist with a sword. Blue is a mage with a staff. Green is a
Yeah, okay.
big grappler. You know, and then that's it. It was just a simple, basic color themed fighting game, and seems like that's going to be coming at some point soon. But I think this was just like an access demo. And yeah, seemed all right. You know, it's mainly about the aesthetic. And a generous cancel system, wild combos, all that jazz, but not too bad, you know. We took a look at 52 Beat Up. This was a
Hmm.
really fun one. So you know the card game 52 Pickup.
I am
Uh,
aware.
this is a fighting game based on the idea of 52 Beat Up, which is you play a fighting game, you pick one of these four characters in it, and they've got some basic moves. But every round you lose, a card with a busted, unbalanced ability goes to the winner, or goes to each of you, but the loser picks first.
Okay.
So I lost the first round. I'm going to get a card that makes my specials like always EX versions, like better versions of themselves. And uh, I pick that first. So you're next, you get second pick and you get like, I don't know, a little bit more life or something,
You know,
you know?
it's funny you mentioned this. It's not exactly the same. It's not, there's some obvious differences. But there's a we were talking about mini games that changed for the worse later.
Hmm.
I'm thinking of one that, and this is the 52 beat up is reminding me. There was a Call of Duty mode used to be called Gun Game. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
No.
It was the best mode Call of Duty has ever had because it's really really simple. It is a 12 person free for all, and you start with a pistol. Everyone starts with a pistol, and upon killing someone with that pistol or assault rifle or whatever, you rotate out to a different gun on the roster, and you have to stay with that gun until you kill somebody else. So everybody is
Ah.
fighting and constantly rotating their shit. And the second to last one is a sniper rifle, and then the last one is a knife.
Oh, you have the same rotation order.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so everyone is just rotating through their bullshit. And then, 52 beat up kind of reminds me of it because of like you died, so you pick the new one. And it's
Sure.
just like,
If it
oh.
would be, it would have to be a bit more random to it though, because there's a skill to, I'm sure, that lineup
Yeah.
that you can get used to. But yeah, winning is obviously the hardest with that final thing. So in 52 beat up, yeah, you get a bunch of cards in one, and like the
How
how
broken are
busted
we
they are.
talking about?
So that's the thing, it ranges, right? The description implied balances out the window, we don't give a fuck, right? And I was like, okay, setting the table. And some of them were much tamer. Some of them were like, you get a little bit more like, or your walk speed increases, or walking back gets faster, walking forward gets slower, right?
Okay,
There's
that's fine, I
there's
guess.
little mild ones, but then there's one that's like a golden card, and it's if you land the first attack, it's 400% damage.
Oh.
So
Hmm.
you can technically one hit kill somebody with a strong enough attack, providing that you land it first hit. But it has to be first, otherwise the card is gone. You know, so it's like, oh, okay, so like little fun things like that, you know, and I'm like, that's a cool mode because that's like basically designing around what's it called, something combat, random combat, or um, Mortal Kombat had that mode in it where you get bullshit
Oh, I
constantly.
don't remember.
Anyway, whatever. So it's kind of like that, you know. And yeah, and this is a case too where you get a little bit of test your luck. There you go. Thank you. And you get a little bit of the game that we used to. So back in the day, remember fighting games for shots, right?
Yep.
The winner takes a shot.
Yep.
Therefore, over the course of long enough, the night gets even.
I
Skill
remember I
skill
remember
finds
us
a way.
us playing that, and I went on a streak and got like ill. Like it's just like I forget what, I don't know what it was. I think it was Third Strike, and I was just really on, and like I beat you like 10 times and started to get like sick.
The
So I just took like 10 shots in like 40 minutes.
that was one of the fucking funnest ones. It was just like, yeah, you watch the skill levels over the course of the night even out with enough time.
If you play it long enough, it will even out.
Yeah, and so it's a little bit of that in play where it's like, okay, you still get an advantage, but the best card goes to the loser each time. And there were some matches where like I kept winning, but like Reggie's character was getting like ridiculously buffed, and you can see the stats of the character on between each round blowing
Yeah.
through the roof. Their bar is getting super high, all their shit's going up, So yeah, 52 beat up, another game in early state, but it was a fun.
My brain has just auto completed to like this as you're describing their stats going up. It's like it's playing Vegeta and beating up Goku, but never finishing him off. Because
I guess.
every time you those stupid Saiyans heal, they get like 10 times stronger or whatever.
I mean, there's a card that's literally take 20% of your opponent's life and it's yours now. Like
Ooh.
just straight and oh, also important to note, you have to win 5 out of 7 rounds, right?
That's a lot of
Like,
rounds.
but they can go faster as you more bullshit
Oh
gets
yeah.
loaded onto your
As it
character.
gets sillier and sillier.
Exactly. So yeah, no, that was so 52 beat up was good fun. There was a game called Duels of Fortune, which it just looked like Control Alt Delete the fighting game. There's not much to say except like, yeah, it's indie. It's got a lot of characters. They're doing all kinds of stuff, and the art style is aggressively Control Alt Delete. If you ever wanted
Oh.
to experience that, um, and overall, a couple other things as well. We enjoyed going through some of the announcements. There's new updates coming to a lot of games. Terrordrome added I think it's like the Jersey Devil, whatever kind of character. Uh, uh, fucking Them's Fighting Herds added a Chris Sabat voiced giant elk that like never shuts up and attacks with floating ice weapons and goes on monologues while he's doing his supers. It's great.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, lots of announcements as well happened during the Indie Fighting Game Fest, and yeah, we're gonna be putting those episodes out. So check out the channel for that. Stay tuned. And yeah, by all means, go grab some indie fighters. There's a giant list of them. They should still be on sale at this point. And in some cases, again, like it's on sale. Oh, Yomi Hustle, it was $5. Now it's like 2. Like what are you gonna fucking what? You're gonna not get that? Get in there.
Mhm.
Yeah. We played a game called Cross Dreams, which was an interesting concept, but I think I just got super confused by what it was initially, because what the game is it's every puzzle game or all the major known puzzle games: Tetris, Puyo Puyo, Tetris Attack, Puzzle Bobble, etc. You pick two
Yeah.
games and you have alternating boards that you can switch between at the
That's
same
what was
time.
happening? Oh my god.
And then when one dies, you have the other one left. And every time you attack, you send blocks or garbage over to the opponent's respective game.
No
That's what
wonder
it's
I
supposed
saw
to
the
be.
clip of Reggie rinsing you, and I'm like, haha, Wooly lost, and like you looked really confused. But I'll be honest, I don't know what's happening in
It
that
was
clip.
it was insanely confusing because it doesn't quite elbow you enough initially to let you know, hey, we just kind of have legally distinct versions of the puzzle games, and you're just going to be doing a 2v2 versus mode for it, right?
Hmm.
But if you're playing Puyo Puyo versus Tetris, for example, you kind of know how that already works. So yeah, like there's that. Also, the Tetris Raw game was like hidden off camera, and so anyway, it's an interesting concept. It's the kind of thing that I think like it legally could never probably happen because you'd have to get Tetris Company to agree to Konami, to agree to Capcom, to agree to, like,
Oh
you have to
yeah.
do a lot of work. And while Namco X Capcom and Project Cross Zone could figure that out, I feel like you would not get that going with the Tetris Company as well these days. and paneled upon and whatever. Yeah, some of these puzzle games are like originally owned by a different company, even though the license is this, and you never know, right? So, whatever. That was it was insanely confusing. It's a cool idea, just needs a lot more clarity to it, and also the rules are when you go to the tutorial, it's not really trying to explain anything to you as well either. So, but yeah, Indie Fighting Game Fest, good stuff. Go check that out.
Fantastic. I'm glad to see that, like, how do I put this? Like, in fighting games, it wouldn't have thought from the type of games that they are that they'd be like you've seen a million 2D indie games, right? Because
Mhm.
it's like a simple concept to make at its base level. Fighting games seem to be punching above their weight in terms of like how many indie projects come out. Like dive kicks, senior footsies, everything that you just said, right? Like there's always like a ton of little gimmick like indie fighting games coming out at all times.
Yeah. So I think that what's happening is that I think that's happening in all genres, and that like people who have like ideas that are fans of any given genre can now actually execute on those things. It's just gotten easier. So, like, while I'm not paying as much attention, there's tons of racing games coming out that are from people that are fans of that, like I was playing 20 minutes till dawn like yesterday and getting more of that in, and it's like, oh yeah, the vampire survivor bullet heaven genre is now a thing, that if you've got a wild idea for one, you can just execute on that and get a prototype going a
You know
lot
what?
faster across the
20
board.
minutes till dawn. I played that a little while ago, and like I feel like 20 minutes till dawn is what has cemented there are two types of survivor games. And that is, do I aim or not?
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
man, I am actively I will out of my face aiming. Get out, stop it. Stop it. I
well
don't
how
want to press a button.
well how about
No.
they give you the option to auto aim on or off, right?
No.
Well, I was playing it with aiming twin stick, and I was like, let me switch over to auto aim, and I was like, yeah, I like this.
Okay,
So
well, when I played it, I don't think it had auto aim. How's
you
auto
hit
aim work out?
spacebar, and it just it shoots the closest enemy. It's
Oh
great.
yeah.
Yep,
Hmm.
it works,
Yeah,
and
man.
the toggle on it is actually pretty useful in the sense that you want to aim at bosses, you
Yeah.
want to, and you want to turn it off for like for just about everything else. So yeah, no, it's that ends up working out. Controller support is still partial though. That's the thing. So it's not completely mapped properly. You have to use the mouse to like navigate the menus properly still. And
Hmm.
by default, the turn off and turn on auto aim thing is not on the controller.
Oh, great. That would explain a couple things.
So
Yeah. All right.
it's a keyboard button space bar, and you have to map it on joy to key or something if you want to use it.
Hey, Wooly,
Um,
do you know
so
what does have full controller support?
Vampire
Fucking Vampire
Survivors.
Survivors.
Hmm.
Have you
Hmm.
have you gone back to it
I
in
haven't,
the
but I saw the big updates.
so like I got the DLCs. I hadn't played the first DLC, and then I picked up the second one and I started playing it again. Boy, oh boy, that DLC for Vampire Survivors is fucking incredible.
Oh yeah.
Like fucking incredible. First of all, each of the DLCs is like $1.50. so
Okay.
so okay, great, right? Second of all, I start playing the first of the DLC. This is actually quite a bit older, the Moonspell one. It's changing what Vampire Survivors is. So they're like, hey, we added
What
all
do you
this new
mean?
stuff, but like, hey, here's the new map. And you know how maps work in Vampire Survivors? They're just like pieces of shit. They're just like a corridor or like a field, right?
Okay.
That are like more or less randomly generated. Not anymore. The two DLC maps are like maps that have geography and zones and different enemies that fight you in those zones. So like when you go to the Moonspell map, you're like, oh, I have to climb the mountain to go through here. And if I go through the cave, that's where the Onis attack me.
Interesting. Okay.
And on top of that, the new characters are all zany as shit. So they have, oh god, they have, like, first of all, there's the DLCs are like, each of them like is like 50% more content than the base game. Like they each come with like 8 to 10 new weapons. But on top of that, they animate now. There's
Really? They
there's little
actually
walking
move?
animations. There's a
Wow.
tiny little walking animation.
3D
Uh,
environments? What? Get
and
the fuck out of
and
here.
and so like I'm playing Moonspell, right? And I unlock the first character, which their weapon has a lot more animation to it than usual. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Then I unlock the second character, and the second character has a weapon that actually, as you level it up, it gets farther away from your character and actually becomes very bad until its upgrade, because it's like it explodes the periphery of the screen.
Okay.
But to make up for that, every 500 enemies you kill, the character gets an install, becomes invincible, and triples their speed.
Okay.
And then the second one, the after that, when you do their full upgrade for their standard weapon, they turn into a different character and get a speed and health upgrade. Like they're doing tiny little zany things with the Vampire Survivors formula, and it's great. It's so
Man,
good.
I'm looking at this Steam page and it's like I'm seeing the bundle, like everything is dirt cheap as it was. Uh Nice to see them making some money on this, That's cool. But like I'm looking at the art for this DLC and it's this gorgeous like detailed portraits of these new characters and stuff. And meanwhile, up top on the main profile, it's still that fucking photoshopped Bayonetta
Oh
bullshit.
yeah, dude.
It's that
You think
stupid
that's
Bayo
funny?
2 Photoshop still there.
Dude,
And
the
it's like, God
DLC
damn it. You
Tides
have
of
fucking.
the Tides of Foscari or whatever, when you go to the Steam page, guess what? There's like a lavishly detailed like anime OP to go with it that
What
like
are we doing?
that shows like
Uh,
Maruto, the loyal champion, and it's like this super well animated like Castlevania animated series, like him swinging the sword and fighting enemies, and then it cuts to like the sub Game Boy level shit, and you're like, but they have a second or third frame of walking animation now.
has the title screen changed or is it still
No,
just.
no, it is exactly the same. Not only has the title screen not changed, they've never fixed the part where it doesn't actually do full screen on the right side.
Oh, God. Okay. All right. So. This is a new classification of like it's gaining popularity, traction, and a budget, but it's not fixing anything from the past. It's
No.
just adding it to the
So
new content.
so get this. Get this. I'm back in. I'm super back in. There's a lot. Each of these also adds like lots of new miscellaneous features. Two things of real note. One, they have added a ability to punch in passwords to just unlock shit. Just listen. Is this it? Like, there's some characters that you have to like get to 29 minutes and then like hit alt enter or some shit when like a
Sure.
dog appears on your screen for half a second.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's stupid. Just type the goddamn cheat code into the password thing and it'll unlock.
Great.
Okay.
Okay.
The second thing that I only learned about due to the hot fix for the DLC, Vampire Survivors is getting a new engine. Full engine overhaul.
Oh shit, that's huge.
So, Wooly, I have a 4090 and a 13900K in my PC, right? When I'm playing Moonspell, it still cannot hit 60. Like it won't. It will not do it. The engine can't handle the amount of enemies on the screen. The new engine, which is not done, supposedly can maintain the frame rate near the last 2-3 minutes of the game. And that is
Wow.
bananas.
A
That's
full
bananas.
migration just to get that going. Okay.
Right. You can switch over
Interesting.
to the beta if you want, but your save file isn't guaranteed, so I wouldn't do it. But the the idea that you could play the last 2 or 3 minutes of a Vampire Survivors match at like normal speed is just insane.
God, I'm imagining that like I don't know, like is this where the 3D environments comes into play?
Oh, they're not 3D.
Okay. Because I'm just imagining what a 3D angle on the final, yeah, like 2 minutes
You
of
could
this
never
looks
do this in
like.
3D.
It would
Some
be
games,
not nonsense.
like there's other games that are doing like this style in 3D, but they never even approach the amount of like shit on screen.
Okay.
That
Yeah,
being
you know
said,
what?
I worry that the new engine will make the game way harder. Because like one of the good ways about the frame rate dying in that last 2 minutes is that it gives you more time to move.
Interesting. Yeah, okay, makes things a little bit easier too.
But yeah,
Um
hey, guess what? Fucking Vampire Survivors, fresh off its BAFTA award win, still the fucking best game you can buy for $4.
you know, if we just keep this momentum and we get to a point where like not just cutscenes, but like full on high budget content is now being released into the game, and you still have to onboard through the same stupid little
You do. You always
right.
will. You always will.
At some point, the shit starts looking AAA in nature, and but you got to get there. You have to start here first. That's gonna be amazing.
Like the whole
Um,
reason the games was able to get so much content is because it's like the shittiest looking like pixel fuck. Like
yeah, and just instant iteration nonstop.
I you know I follow like a lot of these survivor games, and a lot of them want to be like 3D and they want to look good, right? And what happens is they can't keep up with the amount of shit that they should, air quotes, be putting out because they have to 3D model and use like effects and graphics and
Mm-hmm.
sounds
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
instead of almost nothing.
I mean, if the basics of what you're doing are fun, you can use temp placeholder sprites and just make it regardless. Um, we've seen that time and time again. So yeah, by all means.
I feel like
All right.
Vampire Survivors is the absolute best example I've ever seen of people saying like I want more expensive games made cheaper, with less hour. You know that thing? Like
Yeah,
I don't need fancy
better paid
graphics.
developers.
I need
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
shitty NES graphics with cool options.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Oh man,
Um.
fucking
All right. Well, I like that the game and DLC and OST bundle is $6.31. So
yeah.
that's pretty cool.
It's
Uh,
gonna be strange because like eventually, I mean, I thought they like when they put out the first DLC, I was like, oh, cool, they put out a DLC. I wonder when they're gonna be done. And then they put out a second one like right away. I'm like, oh, they're gonna go. Like the speed of update has not slowed down since the game hit 1.0. It's just become DLCs. So like at some point the game's gonna become $20, but it'll be like 10 games
mhm, mhm.
worth of content.
Interesting. Well, I was looking for a little downtime game, and I was checking out 20 Minutes Till Dawn just to kind of hit that because um, as the unpacking and shit continues, I kind of am still set up to get some downtime in. But if Vampire Survivors is doing stuff, I guess I should I'll peek back over, see what's going
I
on.
think with both DLCs added, it has now doubled its content since 1.0.
Okay. That being said, though, I'm still interested in seeing like what the clones are what the other ideas are about. You know.
Some of them are really interesting. I tried
Mhm,
Brotato and was like, I fucking hate this game. But it
mm,
seems cool, but I hate it. That kind of situation.
for your reasons, sure.
I just like I think it looks hideous and like it just doesn't it doesn't look hideous in the way that I want it to look hideous.
Do you not have affection for the Newgrounds style
I
character?
really don't.
Okay, because that's really what
Uh,
it comes down to.
Apparently, according to people in our chat right now, the second place game is firmly Hollow Cure.
Mm-hmm.
Um, which on the one hand, it is all them VTubers that I'm not super familiar with, but
Mm-hmm.
also Hollow Cure has the benefit of being free.
Is it isn't
So
although isn't Holocure also like currently sparser on content than all the others? I
I'm
heard that
not
it's just
sure.
kind of like not done yet, and there's only a
Oh,
couple
it's definitely not
characters
done
and
yet
a few
because
things.
it's free.
Right.
Cost $3.99.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, for me, idle stuff aside, I'm like, okay, but how's it play? So what's the that's what I care
Oh,
about.
Holocure, how does it
Yeah.
play?
Yeah, we talked
It
about it
has
before.
buttons.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember you
Uh
mentioned that.
but it's not really aiming, it's strafing and like a super mode.
Okay. Okay. Because yeah, that's also how I feel about hey Wooly, go play big idle fighting game. I'm like, well, when it gets here, we'll see. How does it play? There's idols in it. There's VTubers. That's cool. What are they doing? What are their functions? Are they fun? I hope so. That's what I want to fucking know.
Love you,
What are the
Vampire
ingredients?
Survivors.
All right, I gotta use the bathroom. Let's take a
Okay,
quick break.
enjoy your bathroom time.
All right. What's going on?
Beat Chaos. Beat
Ah,
Stranger in
Strangers of
Paradise.
Paradise. Yeah. DLC?
No.
Main game.
So you're playing Stranger of Paradise and you're getting into the gameplay and you're getting into the leveling system, and the story's actually going kind of interesting places. And the levels in the back half of the game start to get a lot more complex. Right.
What if
And
I
so you're like,
banned the word chaos from chat right now?
then you would silence them. You should not. Um, right. So you get to
Just
the
watch it
water temple.
implode. Mm-hmm.
Get to the water temple, right? And the water temple is based off the macro reactor. And like, oh, it looks exactly like the macro reactor from FF7. Oh, that's cute. And you're going through these longer levels. And then you get to like the 85, 95% mark. Let's say 90% mark. And then you're like, wow, this is the exact moment they ran out of money. This is the exact second that development started to go really fast.
Uh-oh.
Because all of a sudden, these big story moments are they're not cutscenes. They're like the in-game models standing unmoving in a room talking.
Oh no, budget off, Yakuza.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And then you get to the fucking, you get to like the final regular level, and it's the shittiest looking level in the entire game. It's so ugly. It's this is a really specific thing. For the PS3, when you were playing a game that had discrete levels, and then you got to like an area, and the area was all made out of stone, and all the stone used the exact same
Aim texture
texture,
stone.
and then
Oh
and like
no.
the whole area is
Oh god damn it.
the exact
Yeah.
same color. Like it's all the same color.
Oh
And you're
no.
like, fuck.
It's not like an elaborate reference to like the Garland cave from FF1 or anything.
No, it's supposed to be the floating continent from 6, right? Is the final real level in that game.
Sorry, 1 second. Doorbell. Hold on.
Uh-oh, doorbell.
Never mind, she's got it. All right.
Cool. So, pardon me, I'm just eating a piece of cake.
What kind of cake?
Olive oil citrus.
Whoa. That's a thing.
Yeah, dude. Olive oil cake. Look. Looks like this.
Olive oil
Like a
citrus.
Yeah. It's good.
I've never heard of that. Okay.
Olive oil, it's an olive oil cake that also has oranges in it. That's it. Delicious.
Right.
Anyway,
Anyway.
so you get to the end of the game and it starts to completely fucking fall apart. But the story actually hits. And that's the weirdest part. Like, the story is played for dumb shits for maybe 80% of the game. And then right at the end, they start going, okay, so now we're gonna like be a real story, and we're gonna start hitting some emotional beats. And they actually work really well. And then the game ends
One note chaos
really well.
man is not one note chaos man.
Yeah, no, Jack fucking rules.
Okay.
Jack is awesome. And it has a really strong ending.
So I hear.
And it ties in really well to, FF1 somehow. And you're like, yeah, that was great. And then the DLC happens. So the game I'm playing right now, Stranger of Paradise, is not the same as its original release. They did things like they added the ability to change the way glamour, change the way you look. They cleaned up a lot of systems, that kind of thing, right? So it's a streamlined, improved version. It's also the version that has all the DLC, which
so you did play the DLC?
No. So let me explain to you what happens. You beat the game, and you go, okay, great, you beat the game, and it goes, now that you have beaten the game, you've unlocked chaos difficulty. And chaos difficulty is not, it goes action, hard, and then now chaos. Well, what's the deal with chaos difficulty? Okay, chaos difficulty is now rolling forward, new game plus kind of thing. But now every mission in the entire game can be a challenge from level 1 to 400, and the higher you challenge every mission, it will drop gear of appropriate difficulty levels. But you have to pay in with your levels to unlock the ability to challenge these levels at these higher difficulties. But wait, don't do that. Don't do that. Because Bahamut's DLC says screw chaos difficulty, actually try Bahamut difficulty, which unlocks the instant you talk to Bahamut once. And I go, well, what the fuck is Bahamut difficulty? Well, Bahamut difficulty is exactly the same as chaos difficulty, except Bahamut difficulty allows you to get double affinity gear, but it also wants you to use Hades's heat mode to turn on fucking challenge modes on the thing. But you have to do that so you can get rat tails to give to Bahamut. Well, why do I gotta give Bahamut rat tails? Well, every time I give Bahamut rat tails, he'll unlock conversations so that I can go fight the Bahamut DLC. And then after defeating the Bahamut DLC, then Gilgamesh shows up and unlocks the Gilgamesh difficulty, which has its own thing based, and it's like, I beat the game.
Okay.
And was just assaulted with end game content that I don't understand, and I struggle to ascertain the path. Do you know what I mean by that? Like,
and because it's not just go into this portal, now there's new levels. There's new difficulty for everything you just did
for all levels, and then you have to use special conditions and whatnot
to get new stuff for the and I
find out that so when I beat the game, I unlocked a Warrior of Light armor set, which is level 200, or like way far and beyond what I was wearing at the time. I find out that armor set was added the day of the game's Steam release. So prior to that, in order to start the Bahamut difficulty, I would have had to grind out the chaos level difficulty until I was good enough to start the Bahamut difficulty, so that I could grind the Bahamut level difficulty to get good enough to fight Bahamut, which would then unlock the Gilgamesh level difficulty, so that I could beat Gilgamesh's random dungeon, so I could start the...
Aren't you glad that the Neo armor numbers are gone?
Yeah. And
this is what you get in exchange.
Yeah, so here's the basic difference. Neo also does this same thing, basically, where when you get to the end of Neo, it goes, hey, hit this shit with higher level.
These games they're for nuts, and they're for people that want that level of, they want to bathe in it. So even if you avoid it and you're like, this is the best of those games because it takes that thing out, cool. Get ready to still get showered in all that shit, because that's what the fans want from it.
So I've been talking to people, and Neo, it basically does the same fucking thing, more or less, right? The difference is that Stranger of Paradise just hits you with every mechanic just simultaneously, and the way that it obfuscates what you actually need to do. Like in Neo, you're rolling through old things, and they're just getting harder and harder and harder and harder. So it's asking you to take the gear system more seriously. Stranger of Paradise's DLC, it goes, we're gonna do that, but we're also just gonna it's gonna be a different mode now that you have to select, and it's wildly confusing. It completely, like, like I appreciated that I could auto optimize my gear all the way through the main game. I'm looking at it and like maybe making the most complicated version of this system slam into you all at once was also not the best solution, because it is like you ever, maybe this happens to you, you're streaming and you're hit with a level of mechanical complexity that you're just like kind of wild-eyed, and you're just like, but but this just
Mm-hmm.
what,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and like just just annihilated any desire to continue playing the game at all.
Wow, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Because so the thing is, because these are progressive DLCs that came out over time,
Mhm.
and my assumption, or not my assumption, the way it was described to me, because again, like I've heard about them and such, is that like you played it, quality of life updates, Team Ninja style came out throughout the entire thing's lifestyle, and then lifespan, and then you would drop that, and then the game, when the DLC drops, it's a reason to go back through, play a
Right.
whole other difficulty challenge, yada yada, and get all the extra new shit. And then the next one puts the all of that again, plus it actually the real true ending or so,
Yeah.
because there's
So
also like stuff like plot implied
the
at
way
the
the
end of
way
it.
it ended up working out in terms of time is that you would beat the original game and you would unlock chaos. And what chaos is like, hey, you can fight remixed bosses at the end of the existing levels and just gear yourself up and become stronger and stronger and stronger. And when you put things on chaos difficulty, enemies had like different AI, so they'd be way more aggressive, and bosses would have new moves, that kind of thing, and you would gear yourself up. Then the DLC comes out and goes, oh cool, you've been gearing yourself up for 6 months, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Now
Mm-hmm.
do these levels with challenges added.
Mm-hmm.
But to the player who's playing through it in one big game, they go, "You've been grinding for 6 months, right?" I go, "No, that was 10 minutes ago. I beat it 10 minutes ago. What are you talking about?" Well, here's your baby's armor for you to keep going. I don't free. Is it because it has high affinity? Is that good?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The collection of all of this in one shot is what makes it weird.
Like
Yeah.
it is unironically like, so the game is a level based like character action game with like a leveling structure, and then you beat the game and it turns into Diablo. It just becomes Diablo, and like a fairly in-depth version. Uh-oh. Hello?
Yeah.
Did you hear all of that?
I did. There was a
Oh,
point where the Discord kind of fucked up, but
oh,
we're
okay.
we're
You
we're here.
froze a little bit.
Okay. No, we're
Um,
good.
yeah, it just turns into a completely different game with a different focus.
Okay.
And it's a focus that I'm not super interested in. So like when I was playing through Stranger of
That
Paradise's
you're
main
not
campaign,
interested in. Okay.
when I was playing through Stranger of Paradise's main campaign, the leveling structure was there and made me interested because I would get new moves. And I was playing a action game in which I would unlock new moves,
Mm-hmm.
right? Every single thing after beating the game is like, fuck new moves. You want new gear and new builds, right? I'm like, no, I actually really don't. I don't give a shit about that at all. I could not care less. It's when it goes from being kind of close to Devil May Cry
So yeah.
to being
Mm-hmm.
close to Diablo.
Well, my question is this not like you've maxed out all your moves on DMC and now you've gotten a DLC that introduces Son of Sparta mode, and then you get another one that introduces heaven or hell, and then these are all meant to be done with the full move list.
Right. It's like that, but it's not about the move list. It's about your character's numerical power and your build.
Okay, right.
And it's like, I don't really have any interest in making a build in Stranger of Paradise. I
Now,
I would I would like for the number I would like I would it brings me to my final stance on the Neo
mhm.
slash um Stranger Paradise slash Wolong thing, I'm like, wow, I can now confirm I would really love these games way more if they had absolutely no inventory whatsoever.
Interesting. Okay. I don't mind that stuff at all personally. But what I mentioned this I think 2 weeks ago or so when we were first talking about it. But the whenever if you do get to the final DLC, I've been told that you have to make builds and
You
they
must.
have to be broken.
Yes, because the
And
game
this
is
is
going to start throwing broken stuff at you.
exactly so like you can't avoid getting into that side of things if you want to
Yeah.
go forward. You know.
And so by the end of it, I'm like, wow, what a great action game from Team Ninja. What would a Team Ninja action game look like if they just had no inventory? I would really like one of those. Oh, they used to make those. It was called
Hmm.
Ninja Gaiden. I kind of just want to have them make Ninja Gaidens again. Is what I've reached all the way at the end.
So I'm as someone who's also become aware of how like me just wanting things to be the way I want them is where people go fucking woolly in your stupid basic
No.
view on things. I kind of look at this and I go, well, I know that as much as I want pure action in things,
Yeah.
this being a partial Final Fantasy game, it makes sense to me that there needs to be Final Fantasy elements,
Oh,
including
totally.
armor,
And so
weapons,
that's
equipment,
that's where
inventory.
it gets weird because the job system is in there and the job system does give you constant new abilities and new moves and new features like if you have Sage and you unlock a certain job button or whatever it's called, you get to cast Ultima, right? Or your cast speed with white magic will go, yeah, stuff like that.
Hmm.
um it's when the gearing process starts to come in. It's where I'm worried about purples and blues and orange and affinity and whether or not I want to upgrade the specific +6% break damage on my sword or not. And it's just like not interested. Just not interested. Just it has no appeal to me, which is weird because like if I was playing like actually Diablo, that would appeal to me.
Hmm.
But the difference is that like Diablo's gameplay is fairly simple. Like there's the numerical element to that is like a much larger part of it.
Yeah. If there was nothing, well, anyway, it's weird because as I've described many times, basic breadcrumbs don't work for me, and
Mhm.
like if all you have to offer me is like a purple named weapon,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna stick around very long, right? I need to
Hmm.
see the effect of that to being different. I need to see a different move. I need to see that move list grow and to do different things, or even if it's Destiny, I need to see a different type of fucking special entirely.
Yeah.
Once that's complete, the game has to, and like I'm okay with there being a like this is the full move list, you know? What
Mhm.
is next, I suppose, is just like how do you remix the challenges? How do you like you know what I mean? There's another like a complete you can't have a move list that is like there's always a new move you've never gotten, right? Like that doesn't
Mhm.
really work. There's got to be a point at which you're like, well, now this is the complete character. Um, Here's what like Doom or any of these action games we play.
Mhm.
How do you increase or how do you step up to a new challenge with this set amount of actions?
Yeah. Now, like obviously, like the part of that complexity going in is like now you have the whole move list. So where's this gonna go? So I mentioned builds. So like I saw builds that were like, regenerate MP as you attack and just constantly use the most overpowered shit. Or max out your break damage so you're stunning enemies in single strikes, or you're healing yourself while you're doing damage and you never stop doing damage so you become functionally invincible unless you get one shot. Just all sorts of zany
Yeah.
shit, right? But you have to like get the gear for that and then curate it and then put it together and then combine it with your shit. And like, I don't fucking care. I don't give a fuck about that shit. Like, I think back to items that I got in loot games that like made me excited. It was like stuff in Borderlands and like Diablo 2. And it was not stuff where I'm like, hey, this will really help my build that I'm going for. No, it was items that I would pick up and go, wow, this thing is massively fucked up and broken. I'll just build around it.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense as a concept?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? You know, I picked up a gun with fucking in Borderlands that's like does 1600% extra damage to people on fire, or you know, or what have you. Like, okay,
Sure.
I can do that. I can mentally figure that out. Like basically item up instead of build up. Does that make sense?
I get it, but like that's kind of on the basis too of like, okay, well, random has RNG has granted you an insane spike in one direction, so now
Yeah.
you can kind of dress that up,
Yeah.
you know.
Whereas when I was looking over even the quick itemization I got in Stranger Paradise, it's like, well, you're gonna be trying to get affinity, which is gonna boost your stats along a certain thing, and then you'll be able to say, oh, I'll max out Sage affinity. What is Sage affinity good for? Okay, then I'll build my shit around that. It's like I
The
don't no, I don't
process
care.
of
I don't.
passively building up this build or these ideas is less fun to you if it's
Oh,
like gradual.
somebody in the chat just perfectly summed it up. I care about uniques, not rares. So so if you are not particularly super familiar with like your old loot games, a unique is a bespoke item, usually with unique art, that was given a special name. It was not randomly generated, and
Mm-hmm.
it is given like fucked up properties, but it was
Mm-hmm.
chosen to get fucked up properties, right? So I think back and I think the one that drops into my mind is Wind Force, which was a Diablo 2 Diablo 2 bow that for some reason I can remember. A godly rare is something that would be like it dropped and it just happened to roll with just the percentile increases of a lifetime
Mm-hmm.
that make certain parts of it strong. And it's like, no, I want the completely fucked up made item. Like the
Mm-hmm.
random percentile increases don't really do it for me. And also, on top of that, I'm going to reiterate, I don't give a fuck about any percentile increase that's not like 25 to 30%. I can't
Yeah, no,
like
that I absolutely do get. Yeah, mild little adjustments here and there are just not as fun.
it's
It's
the
not as drastic.
worst.
Um, and it's interesting because like I'm thinking about the level up bonuses you get in something like Vampire Survivors or 20 Minutes Till Dawn, and you're gonna get a choice that usually has one that's a drastic wild thing, and two or maybe three that are mild adjustments or so. And yeah, you usually kind of beeline for the drastic build changer, right? Like, or even Binding
Yeah,
of
Vampire
Isaac,
Survivor's like,
you
hey,
know?
I got garlic. I'm going to re-roll until I get the Pumarella, whatever the heart, so I can get the big garlic,
Mm-hmm.
right? Every time.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I get it.
But yeah, no, that's how I feel. Like, you know what? There's a I'm sure people I'm sure people in chat will and people at home will recognize this if they played Borderlands 2. Um Borderlands 2 has a gun, which is the result of a really long quest line about a cursed gun. It is a gun that everyone who picks up the gun either kills themselves or throws the gun away immediately. And you go here, 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 and you finally get the gun, and you pick it up, and it's a submachine gun that has the most fucking insane stats you've ever seen on anything in the game. It's called Bane. Yeah, the Bane has a unique name. It's not like an auto-generated name. Um, it's like it fires like 10 times as fast. It does like slag, which is like the debuff stat. It's like, wow, what an incredible fucking gun. I'm gonna put this on. You equip it and your movement speed is 1% of normal, and every time you fire it, it's a submachine gun, every bullet goes like constantly at like an insanely loud volume. and it is like ear annihilating. It sounds so shit. It screams at you when you reload.
Did you just scream there, or you
Oh
went
yeah, no, I
silent?
screamed. Sorry, I made a
Okay.
horrible. That'll come through at home. I don't know what Discord's deal is.
Okay.
But
It just didn't.
just constant
Okay.
awful. And yeah, I don't know what Discord is filtering my screams every time I yell.
The
Discord
noise gate
filters it.
The noise gate like dropped
Yeah,
right
so
the
I
fuck
thought
on top of
for a
that.
while it was my mixer. No, it's Discord specifically. But it's horrible. It's a horrible freak gun that sounds like shit and is a nightmare. But you can swap it in and out on your inventory, so you can equip a regular gun and then like quick switch to it and just do a million damage. And that gun is therefore really memorable and really fun. I do not think Stranger of Paradise's system allows for that kind of nonsense.
Right, okay. Yeah, I remember when going through Vampire Survivors, and I finally started, when I got the gist of like how to win while learning how to play, and there's a point where you go, if I'm like 5 or 6 selections in, 5 levels or 6 levels in, and I haven't picked anything busted right away, fuck this run, right? You need to have a wild direction to start in, to start, thinking about what else to do. Otherwise, it's just a passively, mildly strong, but nothing particularly aggressive.
Hey, I'm gonna try something. Can you hear this?
No, not at all.
What the hell, Discord? What is going on? Why are you doing this to me?
Interesting.
That's so weird.
Background yelling is just fucking, yeah, no.
Is it the echo cancellation? Weird.
Well, I mean,
it is the echo cancellation.
Okay.
I
mean, that's not bad for the sounds of.
Oh, it's happening to you now. It's happening to you.
Oh, did that go away?
I didn't hear that either.
Okay. That is a button I have on though. I can cancel that, right? So let me see here.
Yeah, gone. Oh, it's coming back. No, it doesn't want to do it.
I turned it off, and I turned it on, and I turned it off again. So now, yeah, it's off now.
Oh, well. We'll figure it out. Yeah, weird.
Oh, this is great listening for
anybody. I bet it's
you
super
love
good
this
listening.
in your headphones, everybody.
All right. It's super good.
Sound testing. Let's go. Dumb and Dumber noises.
All right.
Great. All right. Well, anyways, there you go.
Yeah, Stranger of Paradise is still a really good game. I feel bad that it came out 3 weeks after Elden Ring. That sucks.
Christ. Yeah,
I don't know if you remember that.
I forgot about that.
That buried that shit to death. Yeah, good game. Fun game. Excellent. Good. Fun. Good. Excellent. Really cheaply made, also. It's kind of sad about that, but oh well.
There's a lot of, I'm very curious to see how the story gets good in this context. I'm really, that's the most interesting thing I've heard.
It's just so strange because it's wild ass dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like everyone in the party, not just Jack, like everyone saw the memes of Jack being like, I don't care about your blah, blah, blah. Everyone in that party is a fucking moron. It is maybe the lowest IQ group in Final Fantasy ever. Like just absolute buffoons. And at some point, there's just like one cutscene where they're like, now it's time for feelings. And you're like, oh, I feel the feelings towards these buffoons. Weird. Very weird.
Okay. Yeah. Because I've heard some interesting things, no spoilers and stuff, but there is a bit of like the more you are familiar with the basics of not just FF1, but also like
The whole series.
Dissidia. Yeah, the whole series and Dissidia asks Garland, raw, evil, like
Yeah.
all of that matters, and you know the loops and yada yada. So okay,
So that's fun. What else I mess with? I decided to start checking out games on early access. So this week I'm actually going to play every game I'm going to play as early access. But I started that last week with a game called Luna Sid. I don't know if you've ever heard of this, Wooly.
I have seen that
Um,
name, but I don't know what it is.
so Luna, you can look it up
Yeah, yeah.
on the tubes. Luna Sid is a fake ass PlayStation 1 game. Lunacid comes from an alternate world where it was a PS1 game and it came out and you just didn't notice. Um it is Kingsfield.
Oh
It is
fuck. Okay.
it is like, you know how some games you're like, "Oh, it's like a Souls like," or "Oh, it's like this." Like this is Kingsfield fucking 4. This is fake ass Kingsfield and it rules. It's fucking great. It is old and brutal and jank in all the ways that you would want, but it also kind of plays like a like it has some control contrivances and that like feel nice, and the stats make sense, and you can there's an in-game manual like
Picking
when
up
you go to
picking up the torch that FromSoft is not interested in anymore.
yeah. It is also like it has no map. And boy, yep, you thought the Souls style games were confusing with their perspective with no map. Holy shit. This game is I got fucking
Yeah.
lost. I got fucking lost.
So as someone who's never played Kingsfield and who I'm looking at this footage and I'm immediately being just like stressed out by trying to figure out the distance of my attacks and the ranges
You know what? It's actually
of
pretty
your
good.
melee.
It's actually pretty good about that. Different melee weapons have different ranges. And you get a feeling of them.
Okay.
You also have like a wide variety of starting classes that are actually really interesting, which include like fighter, thief, blah blah blah, right? As well as vampire and undead. Which like change the way like vampire can't heal itself with potions; it can only heal itself with blood, but it gets a little bit of a bonus to it. It has a really like this is really granular, and normally you wouldn't care. It has really good stats. It has really, really good stats. It's got strength, which what you would assume gives you, you know, power on your melee hits. It's got you know, dex, which as you would assume gives you damage on your ranged attacks. Sure, okay. But it also has, I want to say it's agility, which increases your run speed and your jump height.
Okay.
And you're like, okay, that's nice. The pumping a couple levels into it made my like regular run like a sprint. Like you feel it. And like my jump height doubled by the time I was done with the playtime I had. Like it's a lot. Like you fucking feel it.
So
When
can you slowly turn this into Dusk?
maybe when I was
Okay.
like leveling magic, like you level magic a couple levels and it goes from I can cast 3 spells to I can cast 20.
Wow.
Like you feel it. And
Okay.
the most interesting, and it's the only game I have ever played that I've actually been like, I will level this stat. Resistance is a stat you start with in that game. And resistance is really simple. It is the length of time that statuses affect you. That's it. That's all it does. So when I get poisoned at base resistance, let's say it takes 20 seconds for the poison to go through. After 10 levels, it now takes half that time. And I was like, I don't know how vital this is until I fought a demon, and demons cast a spell that makes your character completely blind. And how long you are completely blind is measured on by your resistance.
Mm.
So I had not leveled it very much, and so I fought the demon for multiple minutes completely blind because that's what I had to do.
Okay. Man, the word resistance just makes me immediately
I know, right?
oh god, it's like yeah, the poison doesn't the fire do you want to hit harder or do you want a little less poison?
Well,
Fucking
and the
Christ.
question was always, well, it's always a matter of scale, right? If Dark Souls 1 leveling resistance let you cut the damage off of poison from Blighttown by half, yeah, that would actually be a worthwhile stat to use. But it doesn't. It doesn't do shit, right? Um so yeah, overall it
Okay.
feels good. It plays really well. It's hard. It's very mean. I was stressed out the whole time because I was lost. The areas are massive and gigantic and interesting. Um, and there's only and it's been working on early access for a long time, and it has been getting better and better. It's almost done. Um, there's only one thing I would really strongly, strongly disagree with. It is a really cool, cohesive Kingsfield art style, except for one character that's like a PS1 anime girl. And it is so wildly incongruous
Mm-hmm.
with the rest of the game. I can barely describe it. It like he looks so bad compared to every other single like character model in the entire game. It's weird.
Okay.
Weird.
Um I think it's worth mentioning as well that this is an early access, and it says that they're going to take 1 to 2 years before they're out of early access. So,
Granted, that was from the game's original release in March of last year.
well, okay. Because just if you're
Because
getting
they're
into something, make sure you know in the early access phase that if you put some
that it's
time
far
in,
away.
it's far away, and you might lose that progress, right?
So
Okay.
like I'm playing like early access games this week. I've decided on a bunch of them, right? And one of the things that made me laugh was that when I put the schedule list out, I saw some folks going, I can't believe Get to the Orange Door is still in early access.
Holy fuck! I haven't heard that name. Oh my god. GTTOD. Whoa.
Still in early access.
When did I last hear about that?
That game came out on the 30th of May in 2019.
Pre-pandemic.
Yeah, pre-pandemic.
Wow.
So, um, they
Wow.
you know what they just did? What they just did is they reworked the entire game. Like they rebuilt like all the enemy behavior and all the movement functions from scratch.
Okay. I mean, I saw this trailer. I remember it looked like a super hype game that I'd be down for, and then it just stopped existing in my brain.
Yeah, it's been updated constantly.
Huh.
So
Okay.
I'm like, you know what? I've been looking at Get to the Orange Door for a long time. Yeah, I'll try it. And then I'm like, hey, I've been looking to play Against the Storm for a while. And then I'm like, oh, well,
Hmm.
Sons of the Forest and Backpack Hero and Dread Delusion are out.
Do you think Hikita just did it the right way, right? Of these like just you just hit the chapters in Ultra Kill one by one, they're coming along, but you still get a complete experience as you go through the full chapter.
I'm
And
torn.
it's
I'm really torn because
cuz
like we saw Hades, right? And we saw Darkest Dungeon, we saw Darkest Dungeon 2, and we were seeing Ultra Kill. And all of those like are taking like they took like wildly different like stances. Hades would have like content updates, right? But it would also
mhm.
update like granular tiny ass little baby changes, right?
Mhm.
Ultra Kill is like yo, dude, here's the new level.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
I'll see you in 6 months.
Chapter, done. Boss fight at the end of it. And you telltale your way through a non-telltale genre game. It feels good. It feels good. It feels like that's the, like, I wouldn't have as much early access regret in that style of release versus the ones I've had with the games I've suffered by loving too hard.
Yeah, so you
the
like
Darkest Dungeons and the Hades and the
those were like what I would
Dead
call
Souls of
drip
the world.
feed updates, where like every couple of weeks there's some update, and the update might be as simple as like tweaked the timing on the fist weapons, or it could be here's a completely new zone. There is one of the reasons that had me interested in doing this kind of like early access period is specifically Against the Storm, the game I'm going to be playing tomorrow, because it's fucking fascinating, and it has the most aggressive update schedule of any early access game I have ever seen. There is an update with some feature every 2 weeks, and
That's pretty aggressive.
they have a super massive like 5x6 grid of features. That's their roadmap, and every 2 weeks they bang one of those out.
Okay.
And I'm like, wow, they're almost done their roadmap. How far are they? 0.48. Like, oh, once this roadmap is done, they're just going to throw down another massive roadmap. And I'm fascinated by it.
Miles from version 1.
Oh yeah, Against the
Okay.
Storm is miles away from version 1, but supposedly it is like more feature complete than nearly anything in its genre, which is city builder.
I think I said it before, but like Yomi Hustle is weekly almost. Well, at this point it's slowed down a little bit, but it was faster than every 2 weeks. There was a certain point where there was an update or a patch or a hot fix, maybe 3 times a week, and it updates like Discord fucking updates.
Yeah,
The most aggressive ever, and I'm like, I've never seen any game iterate as fast and as hard as this one does, and
there was
for better and for worse.
There was a time, I was thinking about the way you played Hades and how I was like tutting. I'm like, it's a totally new game. There is a game I actually burned myself out on in early access, and that's World of Horror.
Right. Yeah.
Because back when World of Horror was like version 0.6 or something like that, like a year or two ago, I did absolutely every single thing you could possibly do in World of Horror. Like I did everything. And I reached out to the dev on Twitter and I was like, please update the game so I can save my attack string. Because you remember it used to be like if you figured out the math on it, you do attack, defend, attack, or whatever.
I don't think I got that to that point.
So basically in World of Horror, when you attack something, you have a certain amount of points to use on your attack or heavy attack or defend or whatever. And then you fight the enemy and you're like, oh, I figured out that I can just barely do 3 attacks and 1 defense or something like that. But you had to do it every single time. Like every single turn. You had to, click through. Yeah. And I contacted the dev. I'm like, hey, can you please make it so there's like a repeat last action? And sure enough, that was in the next update, like 3 days later. And I was like, oh, fucking hell yeah. And then I did every single thing that could be done in that game. And then every single time it updates, which is quite rarely now, they're like, added 1 new scenario. I'm like, that means I'm going to play 99% of the same stuff. I have to wait until 1.0. I have to wait. It makes me sad. Though apparently, World of Horror updated last week, and it updated to 9.92. And I'm like, come on, come on. It's right there. You're at the finish line. Do it.
Yeah, and then at some point there's going to be that 1.0 drop where it's like everyone starts hearing about it and seeing it for the first time proper.
Yeah, and speaking of, Darkest Dungeon apparently comes out in 3 weeks, 2 weeks.
Let's go. I eagerly anticipate the caravan system not changing at all.
it was massively overhauled one patch ago.
Yeah, let's
Uh,
go.
so
Beautiful.
dude, I literally had the same brain moment where I was like, God, I hate that fucking caravan system. I hope. Oh, and it's
It
like
unreal
stagecoach
like
controls, a brand new control scheme that reduces the labor on the player and keeps the focus on the journey.
it I can't stress how much I don't enjoy when a aggressive genre switch or something that a game that I categorize as a laid back take your turn, relax, and figure out what you're going to do game, such as that, which tension is high because everything can die right away. But I don't want to swerve a stupid, bad fucking thing. I really don't want that. That's not what I sit to play for, you know? And like, that's the only little thing they had in it. And it was almost like I had mentioned in part one, where it's like Darkest Dungeon 1, perfect game to play with only a mouse, except that you have to hold shift to sell trinkets. And it's like, why would you have one button on a keyboard needed, but everything else is mouse only if you want it to be? You know, I'm like, God, so close, but just this one little thing. So excellent. Wonderful. Love it.
I'm trying to see
What does it
stagecoach.
mean that the
To
overhaul
reduce
is
coach handling and to better reflect the game's identity as a strategic experience, coach controls and intersections have been modified. Tapping W will set the coach in motion, and S will stop it. Intersections present as click and hold decision. If you make your choice in advance, the coach will just not slow down.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But what about the collecting of road bonuses? Because the whole
No,
thing
that's still there.
is because there's still like, if you want to swerve into road bonuses to get more shit, you have to still constantly, you know, left and right and whatever. When it's like, no, just please let me, you know, move forward and not care about that. Okay.
I'm shrugging.
Okay.
I don't think that's going to change. I
The
don't think the
swerving, yeah, I because you really just like, when I get to the next branch point, I want to make the decision at that branch point.
Mhm.
Like fucking slay the spire or whatever, you know, like just we get it. You roll
the
up. There's gonna be
the
some
stagecoach
beggars
swerving is
and
supposed to be the equivalent of moving on the in
walking
between
with the
dungeon.
group. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure. But like, okay. But if original Darkest Dungeon 1 had you walking with the group, but then you had to do occasional pit jumping,
Yeah.
and little coins were in the air,
Yeah.
that's what it would be like. But it's not. You walk forward and you keep an eye out for traps, but that's it. The swerving is like, this is like jumping over pits for coins, which I don't want when I want to get to the next thing. You know, it's just a different type of.
I have a strong suspicion that the very first mod for Dragon's Dogma for Darkest Dungeon 2 will be automate the stagecoach.
Yeah.
Like literally the very first one.
I mean, as long as you can figure out how to, like, still get the road bonuses and not miss out on, you know, whatever you would benefit from if you chose to swerve. But at least they upgraded it from what it was before, so that's nice to hear.
Yeah.
Cool.
But yeah,
Okay.
that's it for Pat. Oh, also, I've been watching Auntie Donna's Coffee House, I think it's called. From the Australian Auntie Donna boys. Who put up the video on YouTube telling everyone to definitely not use a VPN to watch their new coffee special off of Australian iView. Uh, it's some kind of TV show they made with the Australian government to promote some streaming service. It's really funny. It's a Auntie Donna TV show. Somehow you'll get it. Auntie Donna's Coffee Cafe. Somehow you'll find a way to watch it. Australia
Okay.
or not.
Oh, yes. I don't.
Are you not familiar with Auntie Donna at all?
I don't know a single word you just said.
Okay, Auntie Donna is an Australian sketch comedy group that mainly does YouTube stuff, but they had a Netflix special a year or two ago, and then they also have their new special, which is only on some Australian streaming bullshit. So definitely don't use a VPN to watch it.
Oh no, no, no,
Arnar.
Naur, Naur. No, 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 no.
No, you're still doing British. You got to add more R.
Aye, nigh,
Yeah, it's not happening.
nigh. Ah, yeah, all right.
Anyway, they're good. They're funny. They're silly Australians.
Okay.
That is all. If you want to watch Pat Stares At this week, I'm going to do fucking early access shit. Against the Storm, Get to the Orange Door, Sons of the Forest, Backpack Hero, and Dread Delusion. Two things. I'm also going to cover the Street Fighter event, which is going to be pre-hosted by Gerard and Susie, the Sphere Hunter.
As well as Lil Wayne?
So I made the joke, and I felt bad because my audience, when I made this joke, did not understand. Because I said, I guess that means Street Fighter 6 is now sponsored by Lean. And then I had to explain to my audience what fucking Lean was.
Yeah. No, we're in the post Lil Wayne era. So
Wait, I can understand what post Lil Wayne is. What's post Lil Wayne?
we're now in the era that is okay. Post Lil Wayne is all the people. So I remember when Lil Wayne came out and then became a huge thing, and then there were a bunch of kids that grew up that got inspired by Lil Wayne as the main thing at the time. I mean, for us, it was like, like Biggie and Pac, whatever, back in the day. And then there was an Eminem age, and then a Jay-Z age, and then a Kanye era, yada, yada. And then now Lil Wayne influenced a bunch of people. Those people are now up. They have their own albums, groups, whatever, and so on. And then the people that they're inspiring afterwards, the generation after the Lil Wayne grew up inspired generation.
Yeah.
So double post.
Point being, man, Capcom is trying real hard to get people to give a fuck about Street Fighter 6 by pulling out a Lil Wayne.
I mean, it's either that or just throw more money at it. But yes.
Well, I'm sure this part of this is throwing money at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's a little surprising is that, like, they're going to show off footage of the game and they're going to show off World Tour as you expect. But they're also saying there will be big announcements at the end of the Street Fighter 6 event. Yeah. And I'm like, I don't know what big announcement they could possibly actually have.
I don't know. But
it has to be like a open beta or something.
Maybe this time we will watch Lil Wayne body Tokido.
Maybe.
And we'll be like, did that just happen? And he'll be like, yeah. And then that'll be it. You know?
Is that the Lil Wayne noise? It's been a while for me.
Anyway,
Discord will allow Lil Wayne noises to come through.
Yeah.
Good to
Young
know.
money. Yeah. You can get through the filter is working. It is working.
That's good. That's good. I like that.
Meanwhile, Lupe Fiasco is not getting brought back for the rematch, I suppose.
Oh well. Anyway, if you want to see any of that shit, go to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt.
All right.
I assume you'll also be covering the Street Fighter event.
I'll see.
Are you flying down to be in the Street Fighter event opposing?
Maybe? I don't know. I'll see.
Oh. I see.
I gotta figure this out.
Okay, well, where would people see you or not, Wooly, this week?
Well, over on the Wooly Versus. You can tune in for more Mass Effect 3 as well as FF9.
Hey, I want to stop you there for a second. Yeah, I saw a recent. You're going through the Omega DLC, right?
Oh God, yeah.
Yo, what? Are you feeling like this wild writing disconnect between the writer wanting to be like, yo, Arya's so bad, dude, and you're like, Arya's a fucking idiot.
I
Arya fucking
feel
sucks.
I feel like they committed to a path in 2 that they can't back down from. So now they have to follow it through with just this ridiculous, she never changes. She's just a badass bitch, boss bitch, can't be stopped. And then her plans immediately fail. And then someone
Every
else
time.
from her past shows up and is just like, oh, fucking God. I can't believe I have to deal with this idiot again. And she's just like, like, she's just hard committed, but everyone else around her fucking realizes that she sucks. So yeah, not great.
It's great.
Not great.
It's great. What are you talking about? It's great. It's Carrie Ann Moss, man. Come on. It's
yeah,
great. She's incredible. She's a bad bitch.
She's a bad bitch girl boss. She's bossing. Did you see her boss? She bossed so hard she couldn't
Girl
even
bossed all over that shit.
God damn. Everywhere. All over my shoes. Wow.
Wow.
And like, it's also a bit of that, like, how do you get a big name to join the thing? You give them more stuff to do than just the little cameo, right? For example, how do you get Idris Elba to be Knuckles? Well, then you give him a Knuckles movie.
Yeah.
That'll get him on board. So yeah, you how do you get Carrie Ann Moss on board for, like you give her a big old
fucking bitch that ever. Oh my God.
I do appreciate that there's an Elcor that's like, oh, we've got to go get her couch. That couch is so important.
Elcors are fucking fantastic. Every time there's an Elcor around, you're like, fuck yeah, Elcor. I love them.
Yeah. So anyway, over on Wooly Versus, and yeah. Plus, of course, clips on Wooly Versus the algorithm. Go check it out, see what's going on, and I'll let you know. Schedule will be posted on my Twitter. How about you? You already said it.
Oh yeah, my schedule's already up on my Twitter.
Yeah. Okay.
Over at Twitch. Well, it's twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. But at Twitter, it's PatStaresAt.
Okay. Bathroom once again.
Yeah.
One more once. All right. Quick word from our sponsors.
Love you, sponsors.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Factor.
Factor?
Factor.
I'm hungry. Can Factor help me?
They can. You know, like there's a lot of factors out there. There's the mutant gene. That's a cool factor. There's the latent talent.
Fear factor.
There is the eating gross things for lots of money factor out there.
There's the X factor.
That's what I referenced
No,
earlier.
talking about wrestling.
Okay, all right, fine. Yeah, there's that kind as well. There's quite a few. There's a lot of factors out there. Besides Anyway.
There's the number 4.
Okay.
Definitely a factor.
That is a factor. That is a factor. But that's not the factor we're talking about today. We're talking about the ready-to-eat meal kit that can get your food fueled up fast with deliveries straight to your door. So
straight to my door?
Yeah, Factor helps you save time, eat well, tackle everything on your to-do list. If you're too busy to deal with the cooking, the grocery store, the chopping, the prepping, and the cleanup, if you're just on the clock and you gotta go, you can get fresh, never frozen meals ready in just 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
If you want to save as much time as possible and still get a delicious and healthy meal. What
you're saying is that if time is an important factor for you.
Time can be a factor. Yes. Then you want to get in on that. And of course, they've got dietitian approved options as well. You can get calorie smart meals that are less than 550 calories per serving. I'm counting. So that's pretty good. That's pretty dope if you want to keep an eye on what's going on. 34 plus chef prepared dietitian approved weekly options, something new to try all the time. And of course, you also can round out your snack supply with an assortment of 45 plus add-ons, breakfast items, egg bites, smoothies, and more. So if you want to cut back on takeout, you can get Factor. It's cheaper than takeout. Meals are ready faster than restaurant delivery, and you can get yourself ready to eat in just 2 minutes. So head to factormeals.com/castle50 and use the code castle50 to get 50% off your first box. That's code castle50 at factormeals.com/castle50 to get 50% off your first box. Thanks, Factor.
Thanks, Factor.
That's it.
Oh, I forgot to talk about one thing I did with my week. I ordered a bunch of dumb shit shirts for assholes. Mm-hmm. I'm really excited because they make me look like a real stupid asshole. I'm wearing one right now.
Skeleton.
It's a skeleton that loves sowing but hates reaping.
I get it. That's cool. I recently got a bunch of new shirts as well, but they're not new. They're just my old ones that I can fit into again. And that feels really good.
That feels great.
Yeah. There's some shit that I own that's my favorite that's locked in at like XL or 2XL. And I was rocking 3s, but now I can do 1s and 2s. And
hell yeah.
That's fucking... And you know, I kept myself... I kept those old clothes as like an incentive to be like, you want to fucking rock these again. So there was a time when we were moving, I was like, should I get rid of all these big clothes or these small clothes that I can't wear? And I was like, no, keep them because you're going to get back there. And so fucking now I can.
That's fucking fantastic.
Feels good. It feels good to be able to actually hit that side of the closet up again. And as someone
it's
who's
no longer
always
a shameful part of the closet. It's now a feel good part of the closet.
Feels good. There's still the stuff that's just... There's some stuff, sometimes you get something where it's like, oh yeah, this Jet Set Radio shirt is XXX in American Apparel numbers, which is like fucking XXX for who? In what world? Like just the most insane,
XXX, oh, you mean a size 2?
Exactly, right? Lies and bullshit. But no, it's nice. And then the big old stuff from you know, being a larger size can now just be a loose fitting shirt, which personally I don't mind because that's what I've been doing most of my life. So yeah,
Hmm.
that's nice. Feels good.
I still
Uh,
remember at like I'm still like fairly still got like a fat part on me, but like I was much fatter, and I remember the part where like I went to the store to get a belt, and I have to go home and order it off Amazon. And I was like, "Oh, that feels really bad."
mhm.
Oh.
Yeah. See, I don't think we have because America has like big stores for big men, big full. They have big and tall and
Yeah.
DXL, and I don't think we. I don't know if we have those here. I've never seen them,
There is a
but
big and tall
like,
store in Montreal. It's in Verdun. It's on
okay,
Wellington. I know this because
okay.
I had to go there to get my pants because not because not this is the saddest part, not because of my waistline, but because of my tiny legs and my waistline.
Interesting. Okay.
Because when I wear like a normal man's pants, like I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking like full extra foot
You're hemming it
going
up to
down
the
my
knee.
legs, dude. It's embarrassing. I look like a
Yeah.
little child.
Yeah. I've also haven't bought clothes in brick and mortar in at least 5+ years, though, to be honest. Um, I just got hit up on the fucking Instagram algorithm, and
Yeah.
those fuckers know me so well that I'm
Yeah.
like, God damn it, yes, I'm buying those Ava shoes. You got me.
Yeah. I saw those and went, I wonder how long until Wooly tells me he bought these.
I
And
they
the
it
answer is apparently about 10 days.
they knew me. They know me too well. That's one website that I can't be trusted browsing through those fucking ads. They know exactly what I want to wear. And that's pretty much I've been on for the last while. Um Actually, and I forgot to mention too, the a full feature length Jet Set Radio documentary has just come out by one K is They on Twitter and YouTube as well. Basically, going into the history of Jet Set Radio and talking to um, a number of people involved in its creation, talking to getting, not to mention, Too Mellow sat down to uh, discuss the music and the history and the love and all that stuff. So go check that out as well. It's awesome. They spoke to the some of the people on the soundtrack. Shout out to the girl in aisle 10. All of that over on K is They. So yeah, you fucking tell me you want to talk about Jet Set Radio and you stick a camera in my face. I'm gonna sit there and yell about it until you hit the stop button. It's real simple.
You know, Wooly, you mentioning Jet Set Radio has reminded me of something else I wanted to talk about, but
Lovely.
it's only a tiny bit. It's I talked about Lunacid and we talked about Ultra Kill, right? And one of the games I'm playing this week is called Dread Delusion. And you know what I'm really thrilled about? For like 15 years, if you wanted to make like a really indie game, it was like, hey dude, what if this game came out on the Super Nintendo, but you didn't know about it? Was the feeling, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if this was a long lost Super Nintendo game? And now we're finally at the part where it is just as likely of like, hey, what if this was a fake ass PlayStation 1 game?
Mm-hmm.
Like it has fully moved over. The generation has jumped forward. We are now at like a glut of fake ass PlayStation games with the horrible texture warping and the weird scan line. I love it. I fucking love it. I love
And
it.
I feel like survival horror indie games figured that out probably before anyone else did.
They did.
Um,
Like Lost in Vivo is what jumps into my mind first.
yeah. So eat shit, Warren Spector.
This means that in about 10 more years, you know what we're going to get? We're going to get some fake ass PS2 games.
That's you
That's
got to wait a
that's what
little
I'm
bit, but
talking about.
yes,
That's
yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
fucking
yeah,
talking about.
yeah. With Jaggies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I kick the resolution up, up, up. It's still jagged as shit. I don't know why.
Oh God. What was I playing that had fake loading? Something had fake loading.
I would say all of the games I've played that look like this that have any loading at all have fake loading. Like Ludacid has a loading screen that's like a spinning disc, and it's like
Yeah.
2 seconds long, and it goes from 4% to 100% in a second. I'm like, you don't have to do that. That's fucking bullshit.
I'm something like Bloodborne PSX had some loading in it that was possibly fake. I think it was fake loading in Bloodborne PSX because it was just like, there's no way, right? Like
Shut up!
you're
You don't need
actually
to load this. This is
you
like one
did come
megabyte.
on,
Get out of my
yeah.
fucking face.
I think that's what it was. Yeah. Okay. What's going on?
What's going on?
Okay. Well, we got not a ton popping off this week, but some weird stories coming in.
Yeah.
Okay. So apparently Microsoft had a lifetime Game Pass subscription prize
Yeah, I heard about this. This is fucking stupid.
that they were offering, and someone won.
Yeah, I
And
won.
then
Yeah, I'm gonna get free video games forever. Woo!
literally a lifetime subscription pass. What that means, legal lifetime, of course, the terms that a lottery has. So it's 40 years of your Xbox
Sick.
Game Pass, whatever. The fine print, which the winner read, specified that the value approximately is $7,300 in taxable income that they would be winning, that would not be covered as part of the prize, and therefore they would have to pay for that on their current year's tax return income, increasing it by a solid $1,400 or so.
It was like, yeah, and they don't have $1,400 to just throw away on video games, so they're like, no thanks.
Thanks, but no thanks, Microsoft. I won't be taking it because the IRS is going to come after me otherwise.
You know what my favorite version of the story is? A lot of people are too young to know this, but Miss Oprah Winfrey once had her anniversary episode. And in Oprah Winfrey's anniversary episode, she said, hey, guess what, bitches? Everybody in the fucking audience gets bees. No, it wasn't bees. It was a free car. Every single person in the audience gets a free car. And it's counted as a lottery win, which meant all those people went home with their free cars and then got contacted for the IRS to pay the tax on the fucking car they won, which was like $8,000 in like 1995. So all of them were like, fuck, I gotta sell the car so I could pay for the car that I won.
It's crazy. It's stupid. And yeah, obviously anyone who's like looking at that is like, well, that'd be nice, but fuck off, right? I can't, now you've put debt on me that I didn't have. So, yeah, that's the one thing. I recently I was hearing with so Mr. Beast obviously has had these videos and stuff, right? And there's something where it popped up recently where it was like, oh, like there's a waitress that like won a car, and it was like a Feastables themed car or whatever, and it was like,
Yeah.
all right, there's the big logo on it, but it's a car, that's nice, you didn't have a car, cool. And it's like, all right, but like, are we gearing up for Oprah Part 2? Here we go. Here, drive this ad around for me, and it's gonna be fucking just a debt on you that you didn't have. No, apparently he pays for all the taxes.
Oh, that's nice.
So covers that part of it. It's like, oh.
And then he blinded her for a video.
And then they're like, okay, but what if also she had one and or didn't, like, what if that was just not going to be something that she had no parking or couldn't, it's like, oh yeah, and also all the prizes can be traded in for the cash value if they wanted to as well.
Oh, wonderful.
I was like, oh, well, fuck. Okay, that's pretty decent, right?
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, so if you're going to do this type of shit, Microsoft, at the very least, offer to cover the taxes that the person's income is going to get blown the fuck out for getting this prize.
Because, like, you know what's really bad for your PR stunt? When somebody gives up the prize and says, I don't want it.
Right.
It makes it look valueless.
Right. But regardless, if for it to actually be a prize, give them the option. If you're spending the money anyway for the promotion or whatever the case is, cool. Make it as stress-free on the person as it appears to be, because it appears as if they win a thing and yay, they get the thing and that's all there is to it. But the fine print always makes it shitty. So do your best with your giant wealth to fucking get rid of the fine print for them, you know? So anyway, yeah, so this prize gets turned down.
Fuck.
And it's interesting too, because the other things on the fine print were like, so it's 40 years of Game Pass, but you could also cash it out for a cash prize that equals.
There's not gonna be fucking 40 years of fucking Game Pass, you fucking liars.
So you can cash it out for the approximate value of $180 per year for the cost of a Game Pass subscription over the course of 40 years or whatever. And it's like, what? Like, what is the like? We'll see what happens to the Xbox Live service, Game Pass service in that period of time. But
fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
they're gonna discontinue fucking Game Pass in 36 months.
Sometimes when shit gets grandfathered in, though, it's actually like a wild bargain at the early phase. But in this particular instance, man, pay for the fucking taxes.
Yeah.
All right. So we touched on it a little earlier, but yeah, they basically just announced as of this morning, Chuckles is getting full-on spinoff.
His own movie.
And sure. Yeah. I think by setting that up, then you obviously get to the fourth movie, which is Sonic and Knuckles.
Yes, that's correct.
You know,
and then Tails is also there, but he doesn't get top billing because
never
Tails
gets top billing. Nope. Sure. That's fine. I also saw that this is hand in hand with Sega buying fucking Rovio.
Yeah, that's a little late on that, guys.
So this is what I'm curious about, because once upon a time, that would have been like, holy fucking shit, it's Sega bought Mojang. But it's not, right? Because Angry Birds is kind of over that hill. Where are they at now? $750 million. That's a chunk. 775 mil. That's still a chunk. But the company behind Angry Birds. But Angry Birds, I want to say, stopped being as massively relevant. Probably bit before that movie got announced.
I remember hearing that Angry Birds oh, here it is. Yeah, Angry Birds, like in its fucking rollout, has become like an absolute fucking pile of shit. It's really funny.
But you know, it probably doesn't matter, though. Like, you don't make an acquisition like this unless it's going to be worth it, right? And the idea that Angry Birds is not as talked about as much it doesn't have to be, probably. I could see it being a situation where people just passively still play it and it makes a bunch of money in the background regardless. Like, this many people know what it is, this many people already have it on their phone, and this many people are already just playing a fucking phone game that's, you know, well known compared to others on any given app store. It might continue. It might still be just like massively worth it, regardless if we hear about it.
The announcement of the buying was like full of that complete fucking piece of shit. We're buying them to fully leverage their expertise in mobile, free to play, fucking diversify your bullshit. Like, you know, that fucking garbage. So they don't just say I bought it for the IP. Or we bought it so that we get the passive income or whatever the fuck. So Sega is saying that Rovio is going to help them make video games at Sega. I say that is a lie.
Broke. We bought Rovio to make money. Woke. We bought it for Angry Birds crossovers. Bespoke. We bought it so that we could make an Angry Birds waifu in the new upcoming Sega is Evil game.
I don't think that's the reality, but I like it better. So we'll go with that.
That thing's coming out, man. Yoko
I
Taro's
know it's
doing
coming
it.
out.
It's
I
like
know it's coming. What's
there's
it called
trailers
again?
happening for the Sega is evil and has taken over the world game. Like, here's your waifus.
What's it fucking called?
Error reload 404.
404 game reset.
Yeah.
What a fucking terrible fucking name.
Crazy. I'm just gonna call it the evil Sega game because that's the fucking
sure, good enough.
like, yeah. I wonder
Good
if he
enough.
pitched it to Square and they said, "Get the fuck out of my office," and he rolled
outta
on the
here.
floor and he took it to various companies until Sega finally bit.
Sega's like, yeah, sure, whatever. We don't know how to fucking make any money. Just fucking do it. I don't care.
Yeah. So I mean, at the very least, you're gonna see a fucking Sonic head as a throwable bird, and you're gonna see an Angry Bird maybe in a future Sega All Stars Racing thing.
Mm-hmm. Or fucking Kiryu can fucking play it on his phone.
Yeah. And like and various other things that continue to only live on in cameo form, like Monkey Ball and Jet Set and shit. It'll just be that. You can roll a giant Angry
God, that
Bird
was
head
so
around.
fucking weird. There's like a not insignificant amount of the plot in Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog that involves a bunch of the characters being super good at Super Monkey Ball.
Nice.
It's fucking weird.
You check out that new Tears of the Kingdom trailer?
Yeah, I did. Matt Mercer gets to be Ganon. Good for him.
Okay. That Ganon, rehydrated, Hydro Homie Ganon, fully thirst is no
It's
longer
weird.
a
Now
factor.
that Ganon is hydrated, everyone else has become thirsty.
Yeah. That is the second best Ganon fucking design.
Which is your favorite?
Hyrule Warriors.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
They give him the lion's mane beast dreads, like the full Ganon form, but Dorf is rocking it. The fusion of the two, awesome. This one is top. That is second place because it's the long hair idea again. Just looks really great on him. He's got the build of like Twilight Princess, but the half kind of robe that is kind of cueing Wind Waker a little bit as well. Looks super fucking sick, man. And that little opening line, not too bad as well. Yeah. Do not look away, you witness a king's revival. Fuck yeah.
And also, we're gonna get a hangout with Prince Sidon.
So this trailer kind of shows you that the voice acting is back and heavier than ever. Full commit, right? It's been a while since I've played Breath of the Wild, so like I feel like the voice acting was present but sparse, is what I recall, right? The trailer here is giving the impression that there's going to be a bunch more of it.
Yeah, probably. Because most of the story in Breath of the Wild was flashbacks to the time before the calamity, whereas these are all going to be like active right now shit.
And besides all the standard Breath of the Wild things going down, I guess they're showing off like little army building mode and robot
they show
fighting.
A lot of weird shit in that. They show like Link putting wheels on a big rock and using it as like the shittiest mecha ever made.
Yeah, mecha battles, absolutely.
But it's just a rock with like a little arm on it.
There's a Death Star. There's
fuck.
Bunch of shit.
Put this rock on this stick, Wooly. Just put the rock on the stick.
Orc Logic, 40K style.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just believe in it. Yeah, no. I'm looks cool. Oh, Mission Impossible fucking Ethan Hunt laser descending,
all
missions.
sorts of silly shit. Yeah.
Yada yada. But and a couple characters as well that are pretty cool. Just random NPC designs. I like this kind of like Breath Breath of the Wild art style, but like more tribal and like primal elements. You know, the exposed arm tattoo, the wilder hair, the warrior kind of aesthetic, kind of going over what we already got introduced to. Pretty cool. I at the same time hope that like it makes sense to make better use of any given Zelda engine that takes a long time to work on to get a sequel out of it directly. Make your Majora's Mask.
Using this for a while.
Well, how long is a while, right? Because the proposition of a new Zelda game, 2 per generation, maybe 3, every one of them being different is way too expensive. You can't do that anymore. Do you have to make a trilogy out of Breath of the Wild and then switch it up once you switch generations?
I don't know. Like it's like the same map, but it's a sequel version of the same map, and that's already annoying a lot of people. I don't particularly see any issues. I assume it's going to be like more or less completely different, despite being the same landmass.
Well, new is good, but I also set my expectations for that you wouldn't get another game if they had to do it all again. You know, like this game is based on the fact that they laid out the groundwork and can remix it.
Like Tears of the Kingdom is basically what's it called? Super Mario Galaxy 2. In that it was supposed to be DLC, and then they just kept making it, and then they're like, well, now this is too big to be DLC. It's now a whole game.
Yeah, I'm okay with that Silk Song Majora's Mask-esque, way of going about it. But it just, I feel like if it were to be a brand new like entry entirely, we would have to wait even more years / wait for a next gen. Like it would have to be a crazy amount of time to commit to it. So, and it was fun. I could jump back into that. I particularly think though that like I'm down for it, given that I didn't go back in too hard on the DLC and stuff.
I played that shit to death when it came right out, and then dropped it and never went back.
So there's been time for me to build up that like desire to return.
Yeah. Also, you mentioned Silk Song, and I took damage.
I know. Everyone did. I said the word Silk Song, and everyone went, "Oh." And it's making me sad that like what was once a holy shit, this was free DLC that they fucking turned into a sequel because they went so hard on it, and now we're getting that same thing you love, which is they go so hard they don't know when to stop, is now becoming it's a forever game.
Like I just looked this up. As of a couple weeks ago, Team Cherry has confirmed that it will come out in 2023. And
sorry, doorbell again.
Oh yeah.
Excuse me. Right. So, just gonna pretend I didn't fucking hit the stairs there.
Oh no.
No. It's good. It's
Deep
good.
Breaths.
It's getting better because you fucking do it every day.
Yeah.
And then you, your cardio improves.
I feel like stairs are the number one obvious thing for me when I got slightly fitter, where going up to like it was at the point where I was like, oh, I gotta fucking go upstairs. God damn it. And then it was like, oh, I'll just go get something upstairs.
Yeah. I remember when I used to take the stairs manually instead of the escalator going to tech game QA back in the day. And like doing that for about a month or two straight. And then I could make it to the top and not feel out of breath. And I was like, that's crazy. That's such an instant thing. And then hearing about it. So my mom, I remember she's like, yeah, at one point she stopped going downstairs because they just kind of like, they were like renting it out to somebody. And in that time, just living on one floor, she's like, oh, the next time she had to take like a single flight or two, she's like, oh, I started to feel it, you know? So it's like, you gotta keep that in your life in some way, shape or form, because it degrades instantly and gets worse over time. Mom-in-law also like moved into a place that had from having massive tons of stairs to having none, and then like could barely kind of like get down to like tie a shoelace at a certain point, you know, like over time you need those, man. Anyway, so yeah, Tears of the Kingdom, Hot Ganon, and Matt Mercer, who I believe played Ganon back in the day from like an early one of his an early like a fan series that he did. So it's like there's like a full circle element to that kind of coming back around as well. That's cool. Okay. So anyone who caught wind of the fact that Donna Burke was doing something Snake Eater related,
I saw it.
yeah, just false alarm. A Snake Eater remake is not happening. That was just a fan thing that was being done for fun. Because Donna Burke, who is the vocalist, no, that's Cynthia Harrell. Donna Burke is Heaven's Divide.
Oh, my mistake.
And she basically tweeted out a picture of her like holding a little Snake Eater thing, going like back in the studio, and everyone went, ugh! And they made a gross noise. And then it turned out to be actually just nothing for fun. But that alarm is one of it's not one of just like, oh, excitement or hype. It's confusion, panic, and fear, because the idea that anything Metal Gear related after Survive in the form of any remake, any whatsoever Snake involved anything, is just, we hope and pray that Konami understands, let the franchise die forever. It'll be too weird otherwise, but you know, that's not going to happen. Like, we're going to have an eventually a peeling off of the Band-Aid with an attempt to do something Metal Gear related without Kojima. But it was scary for a second to think, uh-oh, they're actually going to fucking do it. They're going to do it. You know, and then are they going to reach out to all the voice actors and all the people and all the, you know what I mean? Like, are you going to try to do it behind Koji's back, or what's the play? It's such a mess that I can see people just not wanting to come back, not wanting to sign up for that. So I think their best play is to kind of leave it alone. And so far they have.
I think that if there's a game series that is old and dead and that you worked on it, you should not make anything else, because it will get people's hopes up.
I mean, I think...
No,
you know what they could get away with? You know what they could get away with? They can get away with porting it to future consoles, right? And like kind of just getting their money in that way.
I would think it would be really nice if MGS1 and the HD collection games like 1, 2, 3, and 4 got put out as like a modern product that would be backwards compatible going forward, because it has become extra stupid, because every time I'm like, should I play the Metal Gear games on stream? I then look into what I would have to do, and I go, I don't fucking want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
specifically for MGS4. I look at the MGS4 part, I'm like, fucking PS3, Jesus shit.
Does that 3DS Snake Eater, like, does that surpass the original?
Kinda. It's
Or
one of those weird
subsistence?
situations where it's always going to be in 240p.
Yeah. Yeah. Just that I think that's how they can like cash in and not like upset fucking everybody, is just port it, make money on the ports, and that's it. Just leave it in that nebulous state. Yeah. Nah, mixed bag on the 3DS version. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I bought it. I popped it in, but I never actually went through it. So, interesting. All right. So yeah, false alarm on that. In the meantime, though, I can tell you a remake that everyone's on board with.
What's that?
Fuck a Dead Space remake. How about a Dead Space demake?
Get it while it's hot. And IE still available.
Yeah. Over on Free Game Planet, there's a Dead Space demake, which looks like shit, and it's great.
Boy, it looks like shit, dude. Oh,
Love
man.
it. Love it. You want to talk about PS1, but imaginary PS1 that's way too sharp, right?
Yeah.
Because you can tell, because that's the thing. I mean, I'll never forget when Shovel Knight talked about how cheating on the NES, cheating in Shovel Knight worked, where they're like, these look like NES sprites, but they're moving and they're more colorful and they're way more animated than they ever could have been back then.
They cheated a little on Shovel Knight.
Right.
Just a little.
And when you look at some of the demake stuff here, where it's like, okay, this is PS1 poly count, but the resolution is way too crisp.
Like, trust me,
I'm
familiar with the fucking games this thing is emulating. No fucking way that these CG backgrounds would look anywhere near this good. Like, he picks up an item and it looks fantastic. Like, no, it should look like shit. It should look like dog balls.
But yeah, no, it's a quick little PS1 style demake, and it's 20 minutes where you pretty much only use the plasma cutter, which is all you need, of course.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you want to check that out, it's up on Free Game Planet. Couple other things. Yeah, well, you mentioned Street Fighter 6, the showcase that's going to drop in a couple days. In addition to the Wheezy announcement, as well as other bombshells, whatever those may be, something cool, technical, is that people spotted that Street Fighter 6 has been uploaded to the Xbox Game Store in partitioned downloads. And something that's been a problem with Street Fighter and other fighting games, to be honest. Guilty Gear and Arc Sys games have always been amazing with their sizes, their compression. They've been really, really great, coming in under 10 gigs in a lot of cases, really small and just not that much of a footprint on your hard drive. Whereas Street Fighter, plus all the DLC, plus all the characters and stages and everything, bloats up over the years.
Fucking huge.
Almost Call of Duty sized on your console. It gets egregious. So what they have done with 6 is split up Fighting Ground, World Tour, and Other into different partitions, which you can choose to install or uninstall as needed.
So when you're done, for World Tour, just fucking get rid of it.
Because you're never going back there, right? Uninstall World Tour, reclaim a bunch of your hard drive space.
Good.
Yeah. This is, of course, a half step. The best thing you could possibly do is, once again, Arc Sys style, compress the fuck out of your game and make it just, do the magic compression. But if you can't, and you're doing this instead, then all right, uninstall the bloat. If you're just going to be playing online once you're done with the other modes, then this is a pretty decent compromise as well. So I appreciate that, because man, it gets rough, because there's permanent installation. I can't uninstall fucking Street Fighter at any point on my goddamn hard drive. But as I'm going through various games for the channel and so on, like it gets rough, man. You know. So the fact that I'm offloading stuff onto PC as well is helpful, but yeah, this is a decent compromise. But this Mortal Kombat, KOF, really just like all of these games are just so fucking bloated, man, on the downloads. And you go install anything Arxis puts out, and it's just a fraction of that size, and you're like, guys, like, figure this shit out, man. Is it the cell shading? Is the cell shading like cutting off all the fucking, like, is that where all the space is being saved? Like, what are we doing?
It's funny because over the weekend I was on Casey Explosion's stream. She was doing a charity stream for Irish homeless people, and we played Deep Rock Galactic on it, which is an awesome. You've seen it, Rock and Stone, the dwarf Left 4 Dead mining game. And Deep Rock Galactic is like, I want to say it's like 3 gigs. Like it's insanely fucking small. It is. I can't even local files. It's 2.9 gigs. Despite being a gigantic fucking game. Because they spent their process wisely, and a lot of it is procedurally generated or what have you. And it's just like, it's such a bummer to me. I have fast internet, right? I assume you have fast internet also. But every now and then I go to download a game, like a new game, it's like over an hour. And I'm like, how long does this fucking take for somebody with not super fast internet? Like 6 hours? So then you play the wonderful game of like, hey, what if I'd really like to play this. Oh, I don't have room. I'll have to delete something. But if I delete it, then I won't be able to play it again that day. I'll be able to fuck. It's stupid. It's dumb as shit. Like, nobody compresses fucking nothing. Stupid.
Yeah. Like, I remember, back in compliance days, it was like, oh, the new consoles are going to allow quick start, so you can start after a partial installation.
Oh yeah.
And then the rest is going to come later.
Balls, liar.
And then it's mandatory, right? Just like the player has to be able to start the game's most basic modes right away after a minimal installation, front load that, and then everything afterwards. You're like, oh, okay, cool, I get it. Because this whole installation process sucks, because back in the day, games didn't have an installation process. So how do we kind of, keep games immediate without going through Metal Gear Solid 4's fucking I hope you have 5 hours to kill while this game installs. And in practice, it's like, okay, you're supposed to be able to start the adventure and everything's going to be fine, and you won't even notice while the background shit happens. And in execution, it completely fucking falls apart. And
9 times out of 10, it's like, look, it'll boot to the main menu.
Hey, do you want, like, story is here, but don't shut up. Go set your settings up.
You can start your settings. Yeah.
You can turn your subtitles on if you'd like, or sometimes you can get started, but it's like, oh, did you wanna like use a different difficulty or switch to a different character? No, fuck.
And also, like, because it's actually using the hard drive, suddenly the download speed just shits itself. Because
a million things go wrong with that front-loaded quick-to-play start thing, and it just whatever. But because it's mandatory, they give it an afterthought. So, like in this particular instance now, where you have, like it's just like that was supposed to be a feature that kept games feeling immediate, and it completely didn't work. And now you just have like this type of shit where you're just like, man. We're never going back to the way it was, right? Stick the cartridge or the disc in and press play. Like, it's just that's done. Installation is here to stay, and also your hard drive. You got 100 gigs. That's cool. That'll fit you as many indies as you want, or your 3 favorite AAAs. Enjoy. What is Ragnarok? How big is Ragnarok? I don't even
fucking. Big.
like
it is fucking big. It is a big motherfucking game.
It's dumb. So yeah, I guess this is the new way then. We're just going to have to go with like uninstall areas 1 and 2 so that 3 and 4 can be played.
It's better than not that.
Yeah, no, I know.
Out, hey, Jedi Survivor's coming out. You want to play Jedi Survivor? Do you have 155 gigs free? You know what? I'm gonna go look at something. The worst optimized game, so in terms of space, ever, is a game you have worked on.
Let's go.
It is The Force Unleashed.
Oh.
It is, to my knowledge, the worst optimized game I have ever seen in my life in terms of space. I'm trying to find
that fucker.
I'm trying to find the actual gig amount here.
To surpass a Call of Duty game.
No.
Truly,
because remember, it's for its time.
Okay.
Right. So it came out in 2009, and it was like 35 gigs or some shit. And the reason of note is because like 90% of its file size was the hard-coded HD cutscenes with every language's subtitles put on them. Yeah. That's like the vast majority of its file size is like eFigs, like language subtitles on the same like high-end 4K
install a Bink codec. It ain't hard. Get some middleware, you assholes. For the love of God. Stick a fucking Bink logo in the beginning and cut that shit down, man. Dear God, dude. It's kind of, because it's like whoever's working on it, it depends on how much they know about, optimizing their shit, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. Uncompressed, raw textures uploaded to the build in raw format.
I still think Call of Duty is doing it on purpose. I genuinely think Call of Duty Warzone has its file sizes that large on purpose so that you can't install like Fortnite or
you deny other games.
Because dude, it is so big. I remember we did a story on it that there was like a version of Warzone that couldn't be installed on one of the Xboxes because it would take up more than 100% of the
possible
hard drive.
Storage was possible.
Like it's absurd. It's totally fucking absurd.
Random side note, completely apropos of nothing. I was looking at Dwarf Fortress. That shit's $40 for what it is. Does that seem like?
Yeah, that game has been in development for 20 years.
Yeah, does that seem? Is that right?
Yeah. If that's what you want, then yeah. I don't want it
for 40.
But yeah. Why'd this come up? You were just looking at Steam?
Just looking at Steam.
Yeah, no, I can't.
And I was like, I expected to click on this page and see like 10, 15. Wow. Okay.
It has been in development for like decades.
Okay.
And they always sold it for a pittance through their fucking website.
Which this is not now.
For graphics.
For the graphics. Okay.
You're paying CAD so that the game has graphics.
Right.
And a mouse interface.
The original version of it was not this.
No, it was ASCII with no.
Rather, in price.
The original was like, I don't know what the fuck it was. Actually, it was you had to buy it on their goddamn website.
Oh, it was free.
Okay. Oh, so okay, it's $40 after 15 to 20 years.
Right, we're casting out. Yeah. Okay, all right, fair. Yeah. Okay, no, I'm okay with that. Fine. Cool. All right. Real quick. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League delayed to February of 2024.
I wish people listening in the audio version could see the look on my face.
That was a fist pump.
That is so funny.
That I saw a fist pump in there.
That is so like full calendar year development. Decided the week after they show the game for the first time. They did not get the reaction they wanted. Boy, howdy. Oh man.
Okay. Now, what is the Rocksteady release pattern usually look like here?
I was Arkham, then Arkham, then Arkham, then this.
Of course. What were the years between them?
Oh, the years? Oh.
This is what I'm wondering about.
Let's see. Rocksteady Games.
Ah,
Rocksteady
shout outs
Studio.
to Urban Chaos, one of the first games I ever fucking touched in QA.
Okay.
That's what I call
Let's
zero
see.
tolerance.
Batman
2007, Arkham City 2009,
No,
2011.
2009 is when Arkham Asylum came out. Is it? No, full production.
2009
beginning
Arkham
of-
Asylum, 2011 City, 2015 Night, and
Arkham
2016 VR, and then 2024 Kill the Justice League. Okay, so it's
8 years.
Yeah, that's
8 years.
that's the gap has been
So currently we're at 7 years. Hey, Wooly, I have followed this industry for a long, long, long time, and I love learning about this. But you actually worked in it. It's my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, there's a certain point in time in development in which more dev is good. And you're like, yeah, more dev. Yeah, take your time. And then that goes from, yeah, take your time. And there's like a really soft line that they cross where more dev time goes, oh, this is a fucking disaster. And I want to say that time is 5 years. Every day added after 5 years, you're like, uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, they're remaking the whole thing again, aren't they? Oh, no.
So it depends on the ingredients of that time extension, because there's three things you can be doing with your time. You can be spending it on the pie that of like a time extension can be made up of polish. It can be made up of God, brain fart. Sorry. Polish. It can be feature creep.
Right, feature creep happens, yeah.
Or it can be drawing board.
Okay. So you saw the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League gameplay presentation.
I didn't watch it.
Oh, actually. You didn't? Oh, well, it looked like shit. What do you say that a game that's about to come out says that we're going to take another 10 months for polish only?
I mean, if anything,
what's your level of belief on that?
That could be. It could be something where they were asking for more time for a long time, and then Warner was like, "No, you have deadlines to hit, and we're going to show this off, and we're going to do all of our press touring and so on." And then with the reception came a okay, maybe. Right, because it wouldn't have been an instantaneous oh no, turn this truck around type thing. It would have been something that Rocksteady was likely fighting for a while. But after 8 years,
yeah, we're moving from 7 years to 8 years now. How much?
You get into this world of Bayo 3s and Duke Nukem Forevers where God knows what kind of fires are going on behind the scenes. But that's no longer just polish and fucking feature creep is not a thing at that point.
It's my assumption that
there's drawing board involved in that, which creates problems.
It's my assumption that you remember the leak happened, and the leak was like, look at all this live service garbage.
Mm-hmm. There certainly was that,
and there was like the pre-worry, and then it got shown, and it was like, oh, it's all there, that's all real, and then the reaction was fairly negative. Mm-hmm. But like, you can't just, even with a year, you can't just rip all that shit out, can you? Is that even fucking possible? Like,
you're drawing board, right? You tell because. But then or you just hide the numbers and go, oh, never mind, don't worry. Like, you just take, like, you could do it that way if you want.
It's just wild because like it's one of those dangers of like not showing the game until it's like almost done, I guess, because we like that, right? But then they showed the game, and it's like, hey, look, it's King Shark shooting a gun, and Harley shooting a gun, and Deadshot shooting a gun, and Captain Boomerang not throwing a boomerang. He's shooting a gun. And it ended up being like not what anyone even thought it would be. It ended up being like the most cynical possible interpretation of what that game could be. Like just
Yeah, to get rid of all that shit, dude, like in a meaningful way, that just pulling loot looting out of it entirely. You're starting from scratch. A bunch of shit is being rebalanced from scratch.
There's only one game I can think of that we know for certain got the live service stuff pulled out, and that's Shadow of War. Do you remember that?
Did it?
The Middle Earth Shadow of War game,
the Middle Earth stuff. Yeah,
horribly fucking microtransactioned out. They actually redid all of it and pulled all of that shit out and deleted the store and rebalanced the whole game. I'm trying to find out how long they took for that.
So I was gonna say that this giant gap in the development that we're looking at here from Rocksteady, like, is WB probably, like, the fact that Gotham Knights exists, is that sort of a like, okay, well, there was this game though, so it's not as big of a deal because we still had a Batman thing come out in the last couple, as opposed to just like there was nothing since Arkham Knight.
So I checked. It was October to July. So it was October to July. How long is that? October's month 9, October 10 to July, which is 7. So that's 9 months. It took them 9 months to pull out all the microtransaction shit out of Shadow of War.
Shadows of War.
That's highly specifically similar to the timeline we're talking about for this. Maybe they will pull it all out. Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be hilarious?
So what they showed off yesterday, did it have any inkling of that stuff?
Or was it all just like... they didn't show nothing. They showed off that gameplay thing like a month ago.
Okay, but the whole Captain Boomerang shit, they didn't show any video going further into detail on all that then.
Oh, they did. They showed off like you can get all sorts of armor and guns that have all the Borderlands stats you never wanted.
Okay.
Dude, it's disgusting. It's like every shitty thing of every modern game that you don't want put into your Batman game. It like reads like parody. Like there's a part where they're like, oh no, we're gonna have to stop the Flash. What are we gonna do, Harley? I know, we'll shoot the big purple monster boil with our Borderlands guns while Crackdown swinging around. When you've got 20% extra poison, King Shark. Oh my god, it's like, gee, fuck it. Oh my god, somebody in the chat says this game looks cynical as fuck. It looked cynical as fuck.
Because it's 4-player Arkham, right?
No, it's Crackdown with Borderlands guns and Destiny Live Service hooks.
Okay.
Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I was under the impression, and I think that was the average person's impression, when people go, hey, Rocksteady's making a Suicide Squad game. Oh, okay. What are the characters? The guy with the gun, Harley Quinn, King Shark, and Captain Boomerang. Oh, so one character is going to shoot guns, the other character is going to use like Batman gadgets, the other one's going to have a melee fighter, and then there's going to be one that's the extra different thing. Nope, they're all guns. They're all just fucking... They're all just Borderlands characters.
Well,
you're going to shoot Batman with a gun, Wooly, and you're going to like it.
Well, see you next year.
Yeah. Interesting.
All right. Anyway, and out of fucking nowhere, and you don't even pretend, you don't have to know or even think about remembering what this was, but there was something called the IGS collection was announced for Switch, and this includes a bunch of random fucking games from IGS, including the fighting game Martial Masters, which you may recall, but probably not, as the
I
really
sure don't.
nicely animated, out of nowhere, Wong Fei Hung style fighting game with the Drunken Master. The guy who's doing the Drunken Master sequence in the Getting to Fighting Games intro is from Martial Masters. Obscure ass fighting game, and then some beat 'em ups and stuff, which is really nice animation for God knows what reasons. I don't know where or why this shit came out of nowhere, but it looks really, really nice. Anyway, it's that collection is out and available or on Switch. Nobody asked for it, but here it is.
I definitely didn't ask for it.
Yeah, and apparently it's got online as well. I don't know if it's rollback confirmed or not, but like
Who the fuck
this
knows?
thing that you didn't know existed, here it is. I bring it up because it's really nice sprite work, like noteworthy, and detailed. If you haven't seen it, Martial Masters, check it out.
I'm not
Okay.
gonna do that.
Okay, well that's fine. That's
Yeah.
I'm talking through you. That's okay.
Any
Six
other
letters.
news stories this week?
Take some letters.
Well, before we get to that, Wooly, I really got to say something about the letters. I feel like the letters this week, like I can just feel it in my gut. They're really soulless compared to the letters from last week. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm trying to say here?
They're
I
soulless.
don't know.
Your volume.
No,
is.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. These letters are a masterpiece. They're clearly a masterpiece. They're going to be great. They're going to be a masterpiece. No, wait, I'm just kidding. They're soulless again. They're soulless. They're ridiculous. They're totally without soul. No soul here.
Why are you turning your volume down?
Well, you see, Wooly, a really, really funny video came out this week. Really funny. You know Crobcat? The guy who does
did the review of the what was the video? What do they eat?
No, you're thinking of Mr. B-Tongue. No,
No.
Crobcat's the guy who makes videos that are just compilations of clips from like E3 and whatnot.
Oh, that's
and
right.
just compare and contrast.
Yeah. I remember those. Yes.
So he made a video called Soul versus Soulless Resident Evil 4 comparison over the weekend, which compared various elements and like contrast shot from RE4 Remake to the original.
Okay.
And it was, just a comparison. The description says make your own conclusions. And it was really crazy because like the RE4 original clips like looked really good and had really excellent ambient audio and cool music. And then all the RE4 remake clips had like no ambient audio at all, and no music, and had all these missing features and shit. And it was really sad. And I was like, oh wow, they really didn't do a very good job with the RE4 remake. Except like within like a couple minutes, people were like, why did you intentionally lower the audio of every single clip from the RE4 remake?
Oh no.
Why did you cherry pick every room that had dynamic audio and then just had killed all the enemies and then recorded those rooms so that there'd be no music playing?
No.
Why did you do that? So a day later, all of a sudden, the video changes its title to Resident Evil 4 Remake is a masterpiece. And the description is gone.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no change to the video content, just the title. Just the title. And then when people are like, what are you doing? This is even more fucking disingenuous than the fucking video. A day later, it changes back. But now it has the part. Now it has the part in the description goes, no shenanigans anymore.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying there was a double back down?
There was a double back down. And let's like, okay, so that's funny, and all those deleted comments that were criticizing him, those are all gone. And the pinned thread in that YouTube video is a fan of his saying, "Look, he didn't mess with the audio at all, actually," and it was actually just a misunderstanding of what dynamic audio is. Because dynamic audio exists now, whereas back in 2004 there was no real dynamic range on anything. In the comments, he actually said, actually, I had to raise the audio for the RE4 remake stuff. I had to raise it to get it up to this, which is, and so like everybody that I follow, including a bunch of devs, were like just going like, this is a bunch of fucking disingenuous bullshit. It's like, also, you can't back down from your back down. That doesn't work.
Oh my god. Yo. The power of no commentary gameplay.
Oh, dude, it's crazy. So it's
holy shit, man! You can change a title and change an entire like imagine like if I could just go back and rename the fucking quick look at fucking
Three Houses.
What the Three Houses and just retitle that shit. And everything's okay now. It's good.
Yeah.
I retitled the video.
Dude, it's fucking, it's wild. It's super fucking wild.
Amazing.
And I've been thinking a lot because people like reacted really strongly to it. Like really, like, because, and I feel like, because there's a lot of content creators who are like, this is bullshit, but like the average gamer, blah blah, also reacted really strongly. And I was trying to figuring out why it like created such a vitriolic, like intense, like this is fucking bullshit, like kind of feeling. And all I can understand is that I feel like the average person doesn't understand the power of an edit. So the guy's YouTube channel has been commentary-less forever, and it has just been compare and contrast, and that's it. And a lot of folks, I feel like, saw, well, if you're just comparing this and you're comparing the same thing, then there's no voice. It's just offering you up information for you to make your own decision, because most people don't understand how powerful an edit is as a voice. An edit is so powerful. You can do anything with a good edit. Even with the same two pieces of footage, you can do all sorts of shit. Like, I don't know, drop the audio out the fucking floor.
That's wild. Like, the starter, like, is it just like, again, if the whole commentary-less system is leave you to your own conclusions, and then you see that, I don't know about anyone else because I haven't seen it, but I'm like, to me, that immediately calls into question every other piece of content, because if you're willing to do that, then how honest are other comparisons going to be? You know? Like that's if this is the one that was caught, like, what does that say for other things? That's so weird. That's so weird. Okay. Well,
It is wild to watch it like go down in real time, because I saw everybody getting mad at the video, right? I'm like, I should go watch it. And then I go to the video, I'm like, guys, the video's called RE4 is a masterpiece. What are you all talking about? And then I get hit with like, no, dude, what? That's what it's called now? Dude, it wasn't that yesterday. I'm like, what were you talking about? It was called this yesterday. And then they send me a screenshot of what the fucking what the title was. Oh.
All right. And saved. Now live on Wooly Versus. Three Houses is a masterpiece.
Oh yeah, it is. Super good. Yeah.
Done.
Dude, that's what it was all about the whole time.
Done. Saved. Problem solved, guys. Nailed it.
Oh man.
And just like that,
wearing your shitty take on your sleeve is important.
History corrected.
You have your terrible take. Roll around in your terrible take. Be clothed in your terrible take.
That's incredible. That's a and then the double back. Anyway, all right,
dude,
all right.
So like I'm watching it happen in real time. Like, who is going to be happy with this? Who like? Oh,
woof, bark. All right. If you've got a letter, send it over to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Make sure your letter has soul, though.
All right.
Did you misspell the word 3 in your quick edit?
I sure did. I sure did.
Leave it.
Yeah. Done. SEO. Let's go. All right. Let's see. We got one coming in. From JMR says, "Dear Father Pat and Uncle Wooly, Pat, congrats on your upcoming child. Father of 2 here. The only unsolicited advice I'll give you is to remember that the beginning infancy stage may suck, but it doesn't last forever, and it gets better."
You know what that's called, Wolves?
Mm-hmm.
The 4th trimester.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Because that 3 months out the womb, they're basically just a big dry fetus.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to do a whole lot.
It's the same as if they were in the womb, but now they're your problem. Yeah.
Yeah. They're not very active in that first 3 months.
Yeah, I've also definitely heard like a whole lot of that though, with the like, as annoying as things get, they're only there for now. It's just
I've also been told that I'm gonna have sleepless nights, and I'm gonna be like, oh, this baby won't stop. But as soon as it moves on, I'm gonna be like, oh, remember when they were just a tiny little baby.
Exactly.
And soon enough, they'll be telling me I'm cringe. And I'm going to miss the days where they couldn't tell me I'm cringe.
Well, soon enough, you will be cringe.
Wooly, I was born cringe.
Molded by it?
No, I'm not going to do the cool Bane thing. I was very cringe as a child, and it has continued.
Hey, there you go. See, the cringe move was to not try to make it a based version of a cringe thing. If you were to take the Bane line, then that'd be trying to be based about being cringe. Very important. Very good. A simple question: would you let your child win when you introduce them to multiplayer gaming?
Absolutely, without a doubt.
Until what point?
Until they go, hey, are you taking it easy on me? And I go, no. And they go, come on. And I go, okay. That's the moment.
Okay. When they realize.
Yeah, when they understand what's going on, then I will be like, okay, it's time to die. And then I will jump up in their face and be like, that's what you get!
That's what you get, Carla!
Get
when you mess with the warrior!
Yeah, go tell your mother!
Yeah. No, you see, that's the thing is like, the tears that follow, right? Like, those have to be expected. There's a breaking of the enclosure of their understanding, you know?
Yeah.
I
remember, like... It's like my dad did that with pool. We would play pool, and we would play a game. I'm like, Dad, you're good at pool. Come on. And then he played a game of pool by him fucking self. And then he told me, like, I don't think you will ever beat me. And I went, okay.
And how old were you when that happened?
Like, I don't know, like 9.
Okay, so it took some time to get there.
Well, because you don't really, you don't have a pool table in your house usually, right? So we'd go to wherever, right? But like for Like I remember being like, I could like, telling my dad when I was like 6 or 7, like, I bet I could beat you in an arm wrestling or whatever the fuck, right? He goes, okay, and he just slowly taps my hand down. I go, oh, almost got you. He's like, no. I go, okay, well, you do it. And he just bounced my fucking child hand off the fucking table. And I'm like, ow. He's like, well, you told me.
I'm partial to a school of round 1, absolute domination and annihilation.
Come on, you can't do that. That'll discourage
perfection to the nth degree. Everything parried.
What?
Everything
just so
headshotted.
20 years too early to beat me.
Junen Hayan Daya.
You know what the worst thing is? The absolute worst thing is that one of the shittiest Star Trek TNG episodes I can remember is now playing in the back of my mind every time this happens. There is a fucking season 3 episode of TNG where Riker doesn't get along with his dad. And so they play this fucking awful martial art where they have like sticks, like American Gladiators, but they have to play it with helmets on that blindfold them. And so they're playing this awful sci-fi fucking, thing with the sticks. And then his dad like trips him. Like he puts the stick under his leg and trips him. And Riker gets up like, that was an illegal move. Hey, what? You've always been cheating, haven't you? And he's like, of course I have. You could beat me when you were 10. I had to cheat to keep you interested.
Oh God. Yeah. No. So this is a surefire way to create a world champion or someone that fucking hates fighting games.
Wooly, you say that now. If you get a little one, you're gonna take it easy on them.
No, I said round 1, didn't I?
Round 1.
No,
you can't be the first fucking. That's too strong. That's too much.
Then the comeback, and then the joy of the comeback, and then the tight battle, and then the domination. Yeah. But round 1,
breadcrumb them. You got a breadcrumb.
Round 1 is real. All right. Let's see here. Well, in the same vein, Simo says, "Hey, insert funny names here. About 6 years ago, I wrote into the podcast asking about combining the gaming hobby and raising a child. As we were about to have our first, the advice you gave was, and I quote, throw it off a cliff. If it climbs back, it's yours."
Wow, that really does bleed directly from that last email. That's great.
Is this advice still valid? P.S. My kid did climb back and is becoming stronger every day.
Oh, hey.
There you go.
Sometimes it works. Sometimes the volcano is the correct option.
Like,
what if it's stubborn the kid is, right?
What if you Heihachi toss, but it's into a bouncy castle?
Yeah,
right.
I can do that.
And then it's like, now climb back up. All right. So let's see what you got. Also, you ever seen a fucking kid on a climbing wall? They're amazing at it.
Well, yeah, because they have no mass.
Yeah. So like, it's kind of like how babies can swim
really
immediately. Good. They can also climb really, really well.
Yeah, it's why gymnastics in the Olympics is always such a shit show, because gymnastics is exponentially easier for every pound you weigh less. So like, you'll get gymnastics competitors being like, "You're 18, right?" And they're like, "I am totally not a 14-year-old taking growth suppressant.
Right. Yeah,
I'm absolutely an adult. I'm a real adult. I promise."
Ice skating probably as well, since it gets similar with that.
Yeah.
No, just this full-on Heihachi, the king of bouncy castle.
Mm-hmm. I will not allow my child to play fighting games. I don't want them getting into that filth.
Mm-hmm. In fact, now it's time to go start clearing up those arcades that are left over in the neighborhood.
Yeah,
time to write some angry letters and have them fucking removed. As a concerned parent, I don't want my child hanging around the negative elements.
Wooly, I have to admit, I was actually thinking about this like a couple days ago, and I'm like, my dad didn't give a shit, right? My dad hung out in pool halls and bars when he was a kid, right? He didn't give a fuck. My mom didn't want me hanging out at the arcade, right? When I was like 10. And I'm like, looking back, I'm like, yeah, there were a bunch of pieces of shit at that arcade. That was real. That concern did exist. I'm still glad I went. But I'm like, those people were there. They were scum.
Thuggery was real. We've moved on. We've overcame, but it is an element. It's one of many. And you know what? The world is full of thuggery.
Yeah, it's true.
It's just the real world.
I told my mom when I was like 10 or 11 or whatever, I was going out of the arcade and hanging out, and she's like, I don't want you going down there. There are people there that are selling drugs, and there's bad elements. I'm like, Mom, you're crazy. Though I have never encountered that. That is silly. I'll be fine. That was a fucking lie. There were totally people trying to sell me drugs and fucking being pieces of shit and threatening to beat you up off the cabinet. That was a huge lie.
Did you throw them while they were blocking?
What's that?
Did you throw them while they were blocking?
Fuck yeah, I did.
Well, then that's the life lesson you learn.
I still remember, I was like, when Tekken 3 came out, I went down and I fucking chain throwed some 16-year-olds as king, and I had to fucking haul my ass out of there because they were going to kill me.
Threaten that baby with a knife because it tick throwed you. The fuck else you gonna do? You didn't know how to escape. It was my turn. I was blocking. That was cheap. You fucking...
Every time you say tick throw, and I think I say it most of the time, I think about the Street Fighter 4 review period, in which part of the review for Street Fighter 4 from 1UP was that tick throwing had become contentious, and that like it was the source of like daily screaming matches that were almost escalating to fistfights, because half the staff would be like, tick throws are part of the game, you fucking full of shit. And the other half were like, I swear to God, if you tick throw me, I'll fucking kill you. and like that was part of the review, which was, no, people will be contentious.
Mm-hmm. Because, nowhere was there an instructional manual that said, hold up. So,
Tech the throw.
That's too much timing involved. Hold up. Here. Kino Pat says, Dear homeowner Wooly and bone owner Pat, that's how we're doing it. Congratulations on your latest accomplishments. Like a lot of your audience, been following your content for many years. It's been exciting to see and hear how things are progressing. Pray for many years of happiness and fulfillment on the character development to come. Wishing you all the best now and in the future. There you go. And many well wishes.
Sweet message.
Many well wishes of this nature.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your well wishes.
Mm-hmm. Can I summarize a plethora of letters into one question?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Pat.
Yeah.
Will you be this baby's white parent or its normal parent?
I'm going to be its black parent. I'm going to do my best.
Okay.
I might need some advice.
Okay. Well... I don't know. I'll try to help you out there, but I might be too. I might give you too much normal advice.
Yeah, too much.
So I might not be able to elicit the other kind of advice.
So what I feel like has totally been missed is, will I be this baby's French parent or normal parent? To me, that would have been the fucking actual aim, but everybody missed that one.
Well. Yeah, but, you get why.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Okay. Here we go. Brent says, hello, Science Project Wooly and Pre-Dad Pat. Wanted to give a piece of practical advice. As a father to myself, everyone gives advice that's super obvious. Love, support your kids, yada, yada. But I have some practical advice that'll help you out right away with a new baby. Don't button up onesies. Don't buy button up onesies. Only get zip ups. Doesn't matter how cute the button up is. It ain't worth it. when it's 3 a.m. and you're on your third
have-
diaper change of the night and you're fighting an infant to snap dozens of buttons up. It's an absolute nightmare. It's the Dark Souls of diaper changes. A zip-up solves all the issues and gets your kid back in your arms in seconds. Congrats, and I have more simple tips if needed, yeah.
I have already received this advice. In fact, I believe it was the first. So like I'm getting a lot of unsolicited advice, and the vast majority of it is like pretty pleasant and like very useful. So that's because you're always going to get unsolicited advice, and like you're kind of bracing yourself for like the shitty unsolicited advice that is like personal, like don't raise your kid like. No, it's actually all been like 99% has been like really nice and positive. That was the first one I got, and that was from a neighbor of ours when we went over that barbecue, like the one barbecue I mentioned like a couple months ago. Since that was in meat space, Paige walked in the door, and our next door neighbor went, "Oh, are you?" So like they knew, right? And so we ended up talking then, and an older lady was like, "Don't get button-up onesies. You don't. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna hate it so much. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna be trying to do it, and the baby's gonna fight you, and you're gonna need to get it off quick, and you're just get zippers."
Now there is a side note where Paige can walk in and people can go, "Are you?" And she can go, "No, what are you talking about?"
Oh, okay. So get this. So one of our neighbors had a different barbecue a few weeks ago, right? And so we go down there and we're making nice with people from the community. We're integrating that kind of thing. And a lady looks at her and goes, "Hey, I need a smoke, but I can't smoke around the pregnant lady. I got to get out of here." And she leaves. And I swear to God, my wife starts looking around, going, "Where's the..." And then goes, "Oh, I'm the pregnant lady." Every now and then, you just forget for a second.
Nice.
Who are you talking about?
Yeah.
Who are you talking? What? Oh, it's weird.
Okay. Here's one coming in from Buck, who says, "Hey, Wooly and the boomer formerly known as Pat, what is your go-to celebration meal? I'm graduating university, and I can't think of what I'd like to do besides get something to eat. There's a lot of stuff to eat around, but yada yada. Been listening for a while, looking to figure out what the recommendation would be."
I don't really have a go-to celebration meal.
I do, because I certainly had one when I came off of the shakes only phase of my current program. I celebrated. I talked about it before, but it's cut a Wagyu. If you are down, if you're down and willing to and can afford to and feel like going stupid on a piece of food, get yourself a nice little like 14-ounce Wagyu strip and fucking do that up right on the grill. That's worth it. That's ridiculously worth it. And that's celebratory. You can only do that every once in a while.
You know what? I have an answer, but it's actually super fucking lame. And it's actually Wendy's. Going
right.
to Wendy's for a hamburger. Because well, the two reasons. One, you remember Montreal? You still live there? The Wendy's are fucking far apart. They are fucking far. There are not many, and it is always like, "I'll go down to the fucking Wendy's. It'll take me an hour, but whatever." But the real reason is because like back on like Thursdays or Fridays, depending on the day that we did groceries, I would go help my mom out with groceries, and then we would go to Wendy's every week, and I would just hang out with my mom, and therefore I have like this like emotional connection to Wendy's that like makes me think of like just having a nice dinner with my mom and going out to eat, and she'd ask me how school's, that kind of crap.
Yeah. Similar something like there was a period where my dad really likes Harvey's, and so like I do have some similar kind of association there, but if I was trying to celebrate, I'm not hitting up like fast food. Like you know what? I have another suggestion actually. I don't know what the equivalent would be.
Because you're not a piece of shit like me?
No. I have some piece of shit tendencies that are. I mean, I would sloppy steak in a minute. Don't you
You
think for a second?
fucking asshole with this
Oh,
shit.
huge piece of shit. Used to be a huge piece of shit. Then I made it to Dan Flashes, and the rest is
Have
history.
you ever actually fucking slopped a steak? Have you had the You've been doing the sloppy steak joke for like a year. Have you actually had the balls to slop your steak?
You know what? I technically slopped a steak in its own blood. How about
That's
that?
fucking bullshit.
I slopped a steak.
You should fucking cook and fucking slop a steak on your fucking show and just pour a full glass of fucking water in and slop that shit up and eat it.
But if the waiter catches us, then we got to get the fuck out of there because
Yeah, the waiter's you in this situation.
It's a rough time. Slop them up, boys. Huge piece of shit. All right. I don't know what the equivalent of rockaberries would be wherever the fuck you were talking about here, but apple crumble cheesecake is an apple pie, a cheesecake, and an apple crumble texture all at the same time.
Oh, that sounds like poison. Delicious poison.
It is the best dessert I've ever had, and I don't know how you can get the equivalent of that, but if you can get something like that, that shit is ridiculous and fucking amazing. Though I did hear recently, I just discovered it in America, some places they have there's bakeries where they have like leftover cakes that are not like, they're once the day's gone, the cake ain't fresh anymore, so they take a full slice of cake and they put it at the bottom of a shake and then put a milkshake on top, and then you drink the milkshake, and then at the bottom you have a full slice of cake stuffed into the cup.
Fucked up.
Madness.
That
unadulterated madness. I don't know what y'all are doing down there, but I just heard about that, and it's fucking crazy.
Americans will do fucking zany shit with food.
You think it'd be like a cake flavor, a cake flavored shake, but it is not.
Yeah, but no, it's a fucking shake with a fucking piece of cake
at the bottom of it. And when you eat that thick, heavy milkshake and you finish it, the reward is a giant slice of cake
that's covered in milkshake.
Yes, and whatever other icing.
Madness. You can't do this. Stop it, America.
You can go that way with it.
America, explain.
Simple one over here coming
off.
in.
I just saw someone in the chat go, we use every part of the cake. Go fuck
They do. That's how cake pops got invented. Use every part of the cake. Otherwise, it goes to waste. Oh, fucking America, man. Here, real quick one. James wants to know, based on the clip of Pat explaining that about his internal monologue and memories and such, this got me thinking. Anytime you've ever thought, remembered, or heard the N-word, do you hear it in your own voice?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Does it have a hard R or does it soft?
Depends who I'm quoting in my mind.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, last one over here. This one coming in. Greetings from Saskatchewan, fellas. Been a fan for a while now. Have a problem basically describing the desire to get into fighting games, watching and hearing us talk about them, and Street Fighter 6 getting exciting. However, jumping into Street Fighter 5, they got crushed entirely because everyone on it is like
killer now.
Yeah, because it's the end of the game's life cycle. So do I continue trying or do I wait for the launch of 6? And I mean, if you don't like, if the feeling of what's going on there is feels bad, then yeah, you're jumping in at the end of the marathon, right? Everyone is at the finish line long ahead. So, there's that. But, there's also, I mean, of course, it's not to say go out and like spend a ton on other things. There's other fighting games out there. There's free experiences that you can
Street Fighter
You can
6 is
check out
down the
and
road. It's just a month or
get
two
used
away.
to. But six
Right
is
there.
about to drop, so you'll be able to have fun and start with everybody at the same time for sure.
Hey, I want to follow up with the earlier question. Again, I feel like people are missing like the good joke for the obvious one, because the real question is not whether or not I hear the N-word in my head. The question is it me doing the DMX fake dog noises at the beginning of his songs? Because yeah, it is.
Oh my god. I haven't even begun to enter the realm of recalling. Okay, so Whitney Houston, The Bodyguard, and I Will Always Love You.
Yeah.
Like, that's you hitting those
me.
notes.
I'm singing to Richard Gere.
I can't go back down this
Is it
road.
Richard Gere in that movie? I feel like it is.
I can't go back down this road. Denzel? Anyway.
Is it?
Fucking
I'm gonna the Bodyguard.
Jesus Christ. Everything. Every one of those musicals that you talked about.
Really?
Oh.
Fuck.
Every time you talked,
wish it was Richard Gere? Yeah, probably maybe.
Every time you talked about Cats or the other fucking one you watched the other day, West Side Story or whatever.
I did not fucking watch West Side Story the other day.
What was it? You watched Cats and you watched another musical.
I watched Cats. Cat's not a dog. Shut the fuck up, Judy.
All right. Okay. Wonderful. There you go. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
That'll do.
Have a good week.